and wish you all a very good morning and welcome you to our 24th Central Asia Media Conference with the title At a Crossroads, Safeguarding Media Freedom to Protect Democracy. My name is Jürgen Heißel, I'm the Director of the Representative's Office, and I will have the pleasure to guide you through our opening session this morning. Let me start by thanking you all for joining us, for traveling to Bishkek, and to be part of our discussions over the next 1.5 days, which will be touching on a lot of very pertinent issues related to media freedom in the OSCE region, but also in the region of Central Asia. So we are very much looking forward to really delve into those issues together with you. But before doing so, I have the great pleasure to ask to the stage the representative on freedom of the media, Ms. Teresa Ribeiro, for her welcome remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to our 24th Central Asia Media Conference. I would like to begin by thanking the representatives of state authorities, the media community, civil society, and international organizations from Central Asia and Mongolia. I would also like to extend our thanks to our experts from different parts of the world who have accepted our invitation to participate in these 2 days of discussions. Let me express my warm gratitude to the Kyrgyz authorities for welcoming and hosting us here in Bishkek. Thank you as well to our colleagues in the OSCE field missions in Central Asia for their support and cooperation on our journey to making this important regional event happen. I am pleased to be here in Bishkek, where the very first Central Asia Media Conference of the Representative on Freedom of the Media was held in 1999. Since then, this event has established itself as a unique forum in Central Asia to discuss media freedom and freedom of expression, attracting participants from the region and beyond. This year's edition, titled At the Crossroads, Safeguarding Media Freedom to Protect Democracy, aims at exploring the intrinsic connection between media freedom and democracy by addressing a broad range of media freedom issues in Central Asia region and beyond. Indeed, we are at a crossroads now, facing a choice in today's saturated information ecosystem. The path to pursue must be the one that leads to media freedom and unhindered public access to pluralistic, diverse information. The interdependence between media freedom and democracy prompts multi-sectoral dialogue and collaboration to bring positive change in our societies. When the mandate of the Representative on Freedom of the Media, the mandate that I proudly serve, was established over 25 years ago, the OSCE participating states recognized that media freedom based on freedom of expression and information is a crucial pillar of democracy and essential to a free, secure, and open society. Today, more than ever, it remains important to acknowledge, promote, and protect media freedom as a pillar for the protection of all other human rights and fundamental freedoms, and, of course, of democracy. Without independent and free media, a democracy cannot exist. Where journalists come under pressure, sooner or later, democracy also comes under pressure, and vice versa. Where democracy withers away, media freedom falls victim. Unfortunately, in many countries in the OSCE region, including those in Central Asia, media freedom continues its downward spiral. The challenges ranging from internet throttling and shutdowns to controversial media legislation are becoming ever more complex and more interlinked. We also see a growth of various forms of attacks against media freedom and freedom of expression, but also ranging from verbal to physical attacks against journalists, but also online smear campaigns and harassment, especially targeting female journalists and those investigating instances of corruption and other sensitive issues of public interest. All of this threatens the public trust in media that provides accurate, high-quality information serving the public interest. This further undermines journalists' safety, integrity, and ability to perform their important work, while harming and destabilizing our democracies. At the same time, media are grappling with existential crises of economic nature as they search for innovative ways to sustain their operations in an increasingly volatile media market and a scarcity of funds. This shrinking space for media freedom warrants multilateral cooperation to tackle a myriad of issues in a fast-paced digital environment. As always, I stand ready to provide all necessary assistance, guidance, and expertise on addressing these challenges offline and online in compliance with internationally accepted media freedom standards and commitments. Those who have joined us for earlier versions of this regional media freedom conference might have noticed that we have chosen a slightly different setup for this year's edition, with more sessions and side events, including in parallel and with different formats. With this challenging with this new approach, we want to engage all of you in our discussions, challenging old ideas while exploring new avenues. As you can see in the agenda provided, several aspects affecting media freedom today will be looked at. These include topics such as the safety of journalists and media self-regulation. We will also delve into countering disinformation, the impact of artificial intelligence on freedom of expression, and the importance of media and digital literacy. Issues like hate speech and other related subjects will also be addressed. The safety of journalists has always been a top priority of my institution and is of utmost importance to the media freedom situation in the region. Last year, we decided to follow up on the landmark 2018 OSCE Ministerial Council decision on the safety of journalists. In order to do so, I have launched a new project on the issue with an aim to take stock of what has been done so far to effectively implement the commitments stemming from this decision, and to see where my office can provide concrete assistance and guidance to all OSCE participating states in improving the safety of journalists. Over the course of today and tomorrow, you will have the opportunity to participate in 2 sessions organized within the framework of this project. The first is a roundtable discussion on legal safety of media, and the second is a workshop focused on developing a toolbox for journalist safety. I'm confident that our 2-day exchange of views will not only enhance our understanding of the importance of safeguarding media freedom to protect our democracies, but also help us to reflect on pressing issues and concerns and identify viable solutions to address them. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Teresa, for those opening remarks, and thank you for setting the scene for our discussions in the next 1.5 days. And before inviting the next speaker to the stage, I would like to thank him also on behalf of all of us for inviting us to this beautiful country, to Kyrgyzstan, and for hosting this conference, an invitation that we gladly accepted. And with that, I would like to invite His Excellency, Minister Altinbek Maksutov, Minister of Culture, Sport, Youth and Policy of the Kyrgyz Republic, to the podium for his opening remarks. Minister, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Dear Madam Teresa Ribeiro, dear conference participants and guests, dear friends coming from far abroad, and the ambassadors, Your Excellencies, welcome to Kyrgyzstan, to Bishkek. I'm very glad to see you all here today. And we would like to say thanks to the OSCE representatives of freedom of the media for the opportunity to create a unified platform and discuss the actual topics of today and all the issues related to protection of the freedom of the media. And it's a unified platform to discuss one of the pressing topics. First and foremost, it should be emphasized that today's opportunities for the development of the media and the civil society are provided, and since freedom of speech and expression are an integral part of the development of society. In today's conditions of information society, due to the intensification of information attacks and about fakes and misinformation, unfortunately, they pose a threat to national and information security and social stability both in the Kyrgyz Republic and in our region as a whole. In this connection, we, as the countries of the Central Asian region, should jointly concentrate our efforts to exchange experience and knowledge on combating false information in order to preserve peace and stability in our states. Today, the importance of social networks is increasing day by day in the society. Therefore, it is necessary to pay special attention to the quality of published information. In addition, given the active use by various social groups of news opportunities of the Internet, it is necessary to study the context of the information field of the Central Asian region on various sites and platforms. To move further in this direction, the density of mutual information exchanges and the intensity of positive coverage of integration practices by the national media of the Central Asian countries should be increased. It should be emphasized that media freedom, independence and pluralism are the key elements of any functioning democracy. Therefore, media freedom is essential for protecting all other human rights. The Kyrgyz Republic, as a democratic state where the Institute of Freedom of Speech and strong media community are present and developing, will continue to implement a set of measures to strengthen freedom of speech in the information spaces of our country. Let me once again thank you for the high organization of this conference, and wish everyone further fruitful work and prosperity to our countries. Thank you very much, and I really appreciate this opportunity, dear Madame Teresa, and thanks a lot for this support, and I wish all the fruitful discussions to our distinguished participants in the conference, and I believe it will be conducted in a high level and bring very good findings and recommendations that can be further delivered to the world community. As mentioned by Ms. Teresa Ribeiro, the importance of protection of the freedom of the media is very important to protect, and in the era of digitalization, technological advancement, we should conduct more and more such forums and direct all our efforts to protection of the freedom of the media. I beg my pardon, but due to the very flat schedule, my deputy and our specialists from the ministry who are responsible for media-related issues will be full day with you. Madam Teresa, thank you very much.
Our regional conferences are not only a very good opportunity for us to engage with governments, with media and civil society in the regions, but it's also a good opportunity for us to work with the OSCE field missions. And the 12 OSCE field missions are actually also providing a lot of very important work in furthering freedom of expression and media freedom in the OSCE region. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the OSCE missions in the region for all their cooperation in putting this conference together. And this leads me to our next speaker. I would like to invite Ambassador Alexei Rogov, Head of Mission of the OSCE Program Office in Bishkek, to the podium for his opening remarks. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, dear Jürgen, for these kind words regarding our mission. Your Excellency, the representative of the freedom of the media, dear Madame Ribeiro, dear ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, friends and partners, let me first of all express my sincere gratitude to the Cabinet of Ministers of the Kyrgyz Republic for hosting the 24th Central Asia Media Conference. My office welcomes the presence of such distinguished guests at this important event, which was organized by the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of Media. The OSCE Program Office in Bishkek has been working together with Kyrgyzstan in advancing human rights and fundamental freedoms, such as media freedom, freedom of expression, and the right to access information in line with this mandate for over 30 years in close partnership and cooperation with the host authorities and in line with existing OSCE commitments. Kyrgyzstan, as a participating state, can be proud of its long-standing and active engagement in the OSCE, where it is a valuable and equal partner working towards the OSCE's common and indivisible comprehensive security model. Over the last years, our office has been contributing to the development of modern digital technologies and the domestic communications infrastructure through support in the areas of justice reform, digital transformation, and data protection, reforming principles of human rights and fundamental freedoms, issues that are closely linked to the topic of today's conference to address new security challenges. Our office has been promoting the freedom of expression and access to information through capacity building of journalists in the field of regional journalism, environmental protection, and safety of journalists. As such, the OSCE Program Office in Bishkek supported Kyrgyzstan in its path to digital switchover to the television, ensuring the access of the population to information across the country. Our office has been providing support to the host state in strengthening cooperation platform between state and non-state media to address main media challenges in the country. Specifically, the office facilitates discussion and follow-up of joint initiatives of state and non-state actors in advancement of journalistic ethics, media content in domestic language, access to the impartial and verified information. Additionally, our office has been supporting awareness-raising initiatives to counter disinformation, hate speech, and fake news among youth, building their resilience to the risk of radicalization by violent extremism. Based on the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2250, it's important to empower youth in their role of maintaining peace and security. In addition, our office supports young journalists in the implementation of Aarhus Convention and promotion of eco-journalism. The program office in Bishkek is proud to cooperate both with the state institutions, such as Ministry of Culture, Information, Sport and Youth Policy, as well as with vibrant independent media community to promote peace and security in the region of Central Asia. I would like to hereby express my gratitude to the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, distinguished Madam Teresa Ribeira, for organizing this conference, which serves as a regional platform for dialogue and sustainable media cooperation, and for choosing the very relevant topic, safeguarding media freedom to protect democracy. For Kyrgyzstan, where several past years has been transformation period in digital public services and modern technologies on the background of artificial intelligence, this is a crucial topic in balancing security challenges and human rights. As Central Asia becomes even more connected, so is the high relevance of the topic for the entire region. It's important to jumpstart the access to an open, state, and affordable internet for public and media, as well as ensuring pluralism principles, serving as a platform for promoting peace and security in diverse areas. In the light of today's event, I would like also to commend the 2018 decision of the OSCE Ministerial Council on the safety of journalists, which was endorsed by all participating states, including the 5 Central Asian states. Our leaders agreed that it is also the journalists' right to do their job without having fear for their safety. The decision highlighted the importance of promoting and protecting the safety of journalists as a part of implementing the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I would like to encourage OSCE participating states to implement the decision to ensure that journalists can work in a safe and enabling at both traditional and new forms of journalism environment. Finally, I would like to warmly welcome all distinguished guests and express my gratitude for the engagement, the openness to discuss such a challenging but important topic. I look forward to the outcomes and recommendations enabling media freedom while respecting security concerns in the region. The OSCE Program Office in Bishkek stands ready to support Kyrgyzstan in those efforts in line with its mandate and the needs and priorities of the host country. At the end, I want to remind you that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word is God. I've got nothing to add to these words of wisdom. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some 120 guests with us today. Unfortunately, there is always last-minute developments, as you can imagine, at a conference of this scale. And I have to announce that our next speaker, Mr. Umar Aliyev, unfortunately did not make it in person to the opening of the conference, but we are very much looking forward to hearing from all our Kazakh colleagues during the discussions that we will have. With that, I would like to move to our next speaker on the agenda, and I would like to invite Mr. Shiri Sheriev, Director of the Center for Strategic Studies of the Institute of International Relations of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Turkmenistan, to the podium. Mr. Sheriev, the floor is yours.
Good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to express my utmost gratitude to the organizers of this conference, namely the Organization for Security for Security and Cooperation in Europe, as well as to our friends, colleagues, and counterparts. Excellent arrangement of this conference. Turkmenistan has been paying tremendous attention to the consistent development of national media. Over the years of independence, we realized that the media, free media, play an important role in democracy and promotion of stability. Around 10 years ago, a law of Turkmenistan on the law on media was adopted, and it includes and incorporates a lot of regulations that facilitate the promotion and the improvement of this area. Specifically, the law on the media regulates the relations that emerge in the area of the media, establishes the procedure for the collection and dissemination of mass media, and identifies the rights and responsibilities as well as the liability of subjects and entities that produce and disseminate media information, including journalists as well as other bodies that regulate journalistic activity. Over the recent years, Turkmenistan was able to establish a new newspaper, the Independent Neutral Turkmenistan, a bilingual and four-lingual newspapers for literature, standard of quality and safety, migration and law, culture, tourism, and we recently started broadcasting several TV channels and independent private media outlets. Turkmenistan also operates several electronic media outlets, many of which over the past years have become tremendously popular among the audiences, readership, and viewership, not only within Turkmenistan but also abroad. Among those, we could also identify Ashabat.net, Turkmen Portal, InfoAbad, Arzu.tm, Org.tm, Oknis.com, Turkmen Inform, Kolm, Halkari.com, Mercury.com, Krasnoyorsk.net, Turkmenistan.org, as well as Orient TV. These media outlets promptly deliver to overseas viewerships and readerships information about the major transformations taking place in Turkmenistan, as well as the strengths and weaknesses, drawbacks, and advantages as identified by local journalists. The media today play a major role in the development of democratic processes, the improvement of the political and civil legal literacy, as well as the involvement of the general public into the reforms as promulgated by the President of Turkmenistan. Turkmenistan has created an auspicious environment for the development of private printed media outlets, and it is generally accepted that a democratic society can only operate when the citizenry is very well informed, when the information is freely exchanged, and when various ideas and opinions are freely discussed. In Turkmenistan, right now, we're witnessing a major modernization of the media community, where major attention is paid to printed media as well as journalistic activity that is currently under transformation to have the journalism adapted to the global digital media environment. Today, we can surely say that the future of printed periodicals, news-related printed periodicals, has become the way of the past, because now the contemporary modern news are delivered online. Therefore, we're mentioning them in the same breath as the TV programming. Modern users and consumers of the media can also participate in the original content development. The blogosphere is developed, which creates a major competition and rivalry between professional journalistic community as well as the writing users. The country regularly conducts literary as well as journalistic contests dedicated to various topics, and including the best article in the media, a nationwide contest of creativity, Turkmen Altın Asri, as well as other professional industry-specific contests. We also arrange various meetings, workshops, trainings, roundtables, media workshops, among which we can mention a lot of those that are funded by the OSCE Program Center in Turkmenistan, as well as the European Commission delegation in Turkmenistan. In addition to that, we also engage internationally recognized experts as well as highly experienced international journalists. I should specifically stress the fact that For the media is not just about business, it's not about public awareness, but also it's a social institution, and strong social institutions identify long-term prosperity and development of any country. Publishing, calligraphy, print houses, as well as the overall publishing in Turkmenistan, and other news agencies, publishing houses, they train future graduates who will be our journalists, editors, copy editors. The Maltinkalu National Turkmenistani University graduates future journalists, editors, as well as sports athletic reporters. The Institute of Culture graduates cameramen, as well as cultural and social journalists and reporters, as well as similar occupations. But that's not it. Today, within our concept and strategy for international cooperation in the area of culture and youth for years till year 2040, Turkmenistan has signed agreements with international universities to graduate, train, retrain, and enhance qualification of journalistic cadre. The government legislatively guarantees the freedom of media outlets. No one can prohibit or hinder or otherwise obstruct the dissemination of information that represents public value and public interest. Exceptions may include those cases where such media materials contain, firstly, calls for the overthrow of the government as unconstitutional or change. Secondly, calls for against sovereignty of Turkmenistan, its territorial integrity, or political independence. Thirdly, incitement of war or hatred, the harassment or incitement of discrimination or incitement for violence, physical threats by an individual or groups of individuals, especially hate crimes related to ethnicity, origin, creed, social background, language, faith, or other similar hate crimes or calls for hate crimes or beliefs. Fourthly, among the list of prohibited ones, propaganda or dissemination of pornography or advertisement of sexual services. Fifthly, propaganda or advertisement of drugs or other harmful new psychoactive substances. It is also prohibited to disseminate disinformation, as well as information that brings one's reputation into disrepute or otherwise diminishing one's reputation or dignity. It shall also be prohibited to disseminate information that violates the presumption of innocence or otherwise hinders the administration of justice. Turkmenistani journalists fully support the principle for the countering of the dissemination of fake information. The government of Turkmenistan promotes priority objectives for the media sphere, for the media community. Today, we can see a priority and acute need for the promotion in the digital global space of prompt and truthful and reliable information about Turkmenistan. Pieces of news about the transformations and other processes that take place in Turkmenistan, as well as those that promote the learning of best international practices and experiences in digital, printed, and other forms of media are much welcome. Turkmenistan has proposed an idea to the leaders of Central Asia to protect the information space in the region and to help promote more professional active contacts and networking among the state information authorities of all the 5 countries of Central Asia. Turkmenistan also proposed an idea of arranging a Central Asian media forum on safety and security. Such a forum, pursuant to the leader of Turkmenistan, may bring people's attention to the importance of free digital media and their role in the resolution of objectives in this area. That will also will help us create a positive information space and environment, atmosphere that should facilitate a better understanding of the actual situation in the region. Our efforts to develop Central Asia in a stable manner and OSCE program offices and centers in all countries of Central Asia can and should play a major role here. Turkmenistan actively establishes cooperation with international news agencies, including Turkish, Chinese, Uzbekistani, Azerbaijani, Azerbaijani, as well as other state news agencies. Today, Turkmenistan accredited tens of overseas journalists, including those from the US, France, UK, Turkey, Russia, Pakistan, and Europe. In turn, Turkmenistan has been mastering and improving its work in the global media digital space, including via the internet, and familiarizes foreign audiences, readerships, and viewerships with our cultural legacy and heritage, as well as state-of-the-art technologies, our culture, sports, athletic, cultural, scientific achievements, as well as other things of interest of Turkmenistan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I would like to yet again express my utmost acknowledgments to the organizers of this event, OSCE, as well as the hosting country, the Kyrgyz Republic, for the excellent organization, form, and the delivery of your hospitality. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Shiriev. And without further ado, I would like to move on to our next speaker and invite Mr. Ilkom Abdullayev, Chairman of the Committee on Innovations, Information Policy and Information Technologies of the Legislative Chamber of the Oliy Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan, to the podium.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I'm very happy that I can speak here on behalf of the Parliament of the Republic of Uzbekistan to welcome me here at this very important and at this very pressing event. First off, I would like to extend my gratitude and I want to thank the hosting party, the Kyrgyz Republic, Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan. We have a very active, dynamically developing international relations. And first of all, this, at the very basis, we have a trust-based open relations that got established between the leaders of both states. And as of today, we already have a clear understanding, mutual understanding, and we have the context not just at the level of the executive bodies, but also the level of our parliaments. And this allows for today to discuss and resolve a lot of pertinent issues that had not been addressed for many years. And all of you know that quite recently a whole set of territorial and water-related issues have been resolved that for a long time had not been addressed once again. So once again, we welcome the Kyrgyz Republic, and we also want to assure our high respect and our aspiration to work together with the Kyrgyz Republic. I would like to welcome and thank the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And since today we have the presence of Her Excellency, representative of the freedom of the media, Mr. Ezra Ribeiro, and also would like to mention the important contribution that the OSCE is making, first of all in the OSCE region, and in particular in the Republic of Uzbekistan. Also would like to acknowledge that in Uzbekistan, the OSCE is supporting and is implementing a whole number of important pressing projects, particularly the support to developing the potential of the Public Council on Information that was established under the parliament of our country. Now, speaking of our today's activity, so of course we should also mention the fact that we do have an important political process going on. And this coming Sunday, we'll have the snap election of the president of Uzbekistan and the entire country. This is, well, the main topic for today. And so, of course, in the media and the informational area, this is the main area where we work, and we're so happy that we have this open and competitive environment in our country that is supported and sustained to develop democracy. And once again, we believe that the upcoming election will help us open a new milestone for the development of our country, developing democracy, and ensuring the freedom of opinion and freedom of speech. Besides, I would like to also point out that quite recently, on the 30th of April, in our country, we had the referendum that was held, and as a result, a new constitution was adopted of our country. I would like to also point out that this was a very decisive and important step toward democracy. The new constitution that was adopted, and basically this was the result of the 30 years of our independent development. Now this created the new foundation for ensuring human rights and freedoms, and in particular the right to information. Now, speaking of some important articles of this constitution, those that were reflected in the new constitution, we should definitely mention the fact that, in particular, alongside, previously we would guarantee the secrecy of phone conversations and post correspondence. In the new constitution, we also have the secrecy of electronic messaging and conversations, and also we have some other norms. Everyone has the right to protect their personal private data. What seems important is that in the constitution, we also have some new norms enshrined that every person has the right to destroy the data that is illegal data that was collected without the person knowing about it or without any legal grounds. Besides, what also seems important, which is an accomplishment, is the fact that in the Constitution we have the word Internet, and particularly there is the following norm: the state creates conditions for ensuring access to the Internet network. So we had a lot of discussions about it, we had a lot of heated debates, and in this case it is understood not just as a technological step that in all parts of the country we need to have the Internet availability. So, but our society and the government believes that the Internet and the availability of Internet, first of all, ensures freedom of opinion, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. So that's why we thought it is important. So that in this new version of the Constitution, the word the Internet should be presented and reflected. And that's why now the state has to guarantee access to the global network. Besides, alongside those existing norms that would regulate the activities of the media, we also added a couple more important norms. First off, the state guarantees the freedom of activities for the media, and they have the right to receive and disseminate information. So in other words, for the first time in the law of the Constitution, the state undertakes this obligation. Besides, we also say that there should be no interference with the work of the media, and if this happens, this will be punished by law. So these are the norms and the provisions which were enshrined in the Constitution. It's not the final step. Let me tell you more. This is a list of relevant objectives for now that should be implemented in the near future legally, and also the most difficult part would be to implement this in practice. So it's a good thing that the government already started working on these norms and provisions, and quite recently a new government resolution has been passed with a number of practical measures to support our independent media outlets. So once again, there are a lot of useful things that were introduced, and I also want to mention that today from the state, if journalists want to study foreign languages, then funds will be allocated for this training, language training. So the media may count and rely, or if they create an electronic version of their media outlets, this will also be funded by the state. So all kinds of electronic ways of delivering information will be funded by the state. And besides, for users, those who have the paid subscriptions to national media outlets, these users, subscribers, may also get compensated for their, well, this doesn't seem like a lot, but these are very important steps in the right direction. And once again, we welcome this in our parliament. In conclusion, I would like to say that, well, exactly what I spoke about earlier, this does not mean that everything is fine, that nothing else to be done. We do understand that challenges do exist in this area, and we do understand how important it is for developing democracy and strengthening democracy. And the high-level delegation from our country in this meeting means that we want to hear and implement and respond to those relevant problems and issues that our community is facing. I want to thank you for your attention, and I believe that our conference will be very effective and very beneficial for all of us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations are the primary partner of the OSCE, being a regional arrangement established under Chapter 8 of the UN Charter. We are actively contributing to the goals and aspirations of the United Nations, including maintenance of international peace and security, protection of human rights, fundamental freedoms, and promoting the rule of law. I therefore have the great pleasure to invite to the podium Ms. Antje Grave, UN Resident Coordinator in Kyrgyzstan. Antje, the floor is yours.
distinguished representatives of our host government, to start with, the government, civil society, and media from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. Dear Teresa, a warm welcome to Bishkek. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. On behalf of the United Nations and the Kyrgyz Republic, I'm deeply honored to address the OSCE Central Asia Media Conference dedicated to safeguarding media freedom to protect democracy today. Allow me to start by commending the Kyrgyz government for hosting this important annual appointment for the region this year, and thank the representative on freedom of the media for bringing us all here together today to discuss this pertinent topic. By the way, during a year when we are celebrating the 30th anniversary of UN OSCE cooperation. As UN in Kyrgyzstan, we have made our position on freedom of the media and freedom of expression and other basic rights and fundamental freedoms in relation to developments in the country very clear in other contexts over the last few months. Today, allow me to offer a few more general reflections. The principles of freedom of expression and media freedoms are not only enshrined in the UN Charter's objectives, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, whose 75th anniversary we are celebrating this year, the International Covenant on Civic and Political Rights, international human rights instruments, and the constitutions of Central Asian countries, but they also serve as vital drivers for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and the vision set forth in the Agenda 2030, a key priority for all countries in the region. As the drafters of the United Nations Charter and of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights clearly recognized, development, peace and security, and respect for human rights are interdependent, and achieving them requires meaningful, inclusive, and safe public and civil society participation. Meaningful participation, in turn, requires open civic space, an environment that brings a diversity of voices into debates, and a vibrant media landscape that allows for the dissemination of factual, timely, clear, accessible, multilingual, and evidence-based information, which enables people and societies to be sufficiently well informed to make appropriate and meaningful political, civil, social, economic, or cultural choices. Free media and an open civic space are not only essential for democracy, therefore, they are equally important for prosperity, economic growth, and inclusive and sustainable development for the following reasons, among others. States and societies that value freedom of expression and promote diverse perspectives can encourage creativity and innovation, provide an enabling environment for the development of new ideas, products, and services, spur entrepreneurship, new job opportunities, and equal access to them. I heard this directly from many private sector representatives, not only in Bishkek, but also in several provinces which I had the privilege to travel just recently. Entrepreneurs shared some of their fears about the potential impact of media and internet restrictions on job creation and economic growth, for instance, by limiting the promotion of products and services through social media platforms. Furthermore, a diverse and inclusive media landscape also helps societies to leave no one behind, the motto of the Sustainable Development Goals, as it allows underrepresented or marginalized groups whose voices may otherwise remain unheard, such as local women leaders, minorities, youth, or people with disabilities, to be part of the national conversation. Free and pluralistic media can furthermore help promote social justice and equality and create opportunities for all people in Central Asia to participate in the sustainable development of their countries. Thus, policies spurring economic growth or national development programs are bound to face significant hurdles if media freedoms and civic space in general are weakened. Policy, legislation, and practice at all levels should be guided by this assumption. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom of expression can cope with disinformation. While this right is not absolute, we should remember that it can be restricted only on the basis of the principles of legality, necessity, proportionality, and non-discrimination. Restrictions that do not meet any of these tests are potentially unlawful. That said, far too often, states recur to restrictive policies also because it's the easy thing to do. And in our discussions, we too often focus on what should not be done. I therefore would like to flag that the UN General Assembly recently called upon states, and here I quote, to counter disinformation not through penalties, but through policy measures, including education, capacity building for prevention and resilience to disinformation, advocacy and awareness raising, end of the quote. International human rights experts and UNESCO, for example, have done the same and called on states to consider positive measures such as support for media and information literacy programs to deal with misinformation rather than penalizing approaches. This is also to avoid that penalizing approaches are being used to restrict access to certain information, to discredit and restrict critical reporting, to target, prosecute, and silence journalists, opponents, whistleblowers, or human rights defenders, or stigmatize and discriminate already underrepresented groups. An exception where speech must be restricted is incitement to hatred and violence, two concurrent problems that require our urgent attention. On one hand, cases that reach the level of incitement to hatred and violence are often not prosecuted when marginalized groups are targeted. On the other hand, ambiguous laws on hate speech have been used to suppress what is perceived as opposition, dissent, and criticism. To effectively address hate speech, responses need to be multifaceted and grounded in respect for freedom of expression. UN mechanisms highlight that in addition to relevant legal measures, the state's responses to prevention of hate speech should include a plurality of policies, practices, and measures nurturing social consciousness and promoting non-discrimination, human rights, and democratic values. And meaningful action against hate speech and false information should be taken jointly by the state, private sector, media, educators, religious leaders, and civil society actors to ensure both measured approaches and adequate protection of those who are recurring targets of hate speech, including minorities, women and girls, LGBTI plus community members, refugees and migrants, journalists, and human rights activists. The OHCHR Rapid Plan of Action of 2012 and several other documents prepared by the UN offer important guidance also to Central Asian countries in this regard, we believe. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, let me recall that freedom of opinion and freedom of expression are indispensable conditions for the full development of the person, and they are the foundational stones for any society that aspires to grow and develop. To protect and promote these fundamental freedoms, joint efforts and multi-stakeholder collaboration of state institutions, civil society, including grassroots organizations, media, youth, private sector, and academia are essential. I am confident that debates over the next 2 days will reiterate the importance of a human rights-based approach to fundamental freedoms and civic space in the region. This is all the more timely as 3 out of 5 Central Asian countries are members of the UN Human Rights Council at the moment, an honor that comes with an expectation to lead by example in upholding the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. I wish you a very productive discussion today and tomorrow, and look very much forward to hearing the recommendations of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Grave. With your remarks, we have come to the end of this high-level opening session, and I would like to thank all of our distinguished speakers for their reflections and for sharing important initiatives and developments in the region and in your countries. And I'm sure that this will provide ample food of discussion for our sessions that will follow. I would like to ask everybody to please remain seated as we will immediately continue with our stage interview, for which I would like to hand over to my colleague, Mr. Ton van den Brand, Principal Advisor of the Representative on Freedom of the Media. Ton, please.
Thank you very much, Jürgen, and thank you all for being here this morning with us. We're now going to do a bit of a new format, which we haven't been doing very often before, but it will be a live interview on stage. And with this interview, what we will try to do is set the scene for the next coming 1.5 days, exploring a bit more some of the issues that are connected to our conference's theme, to dive a bit more into some of the topics that we will be addressing in the next 2 days. And for this, I would like to welcome you, please, Teresa, to come to the stage. And then also we have a second expert with us, Madame Erika Marat. She's a professor in Washington, D.C., at the College of Security Affairs at the National Defense University. Perhaps many of you already know her, but still a short introduction. This is where she works, and she researches issues of mobilization and security institutions in Europe and Central Asia. She's a widely published author of several books and many scholarly articles, but also very importantly, she was one of the 9 experts that we had as an office invited last year to join us for an exercise on exploring the question, can there be security without media freedom? The answer was no. Let me give that away. The rest of the conclusions, I tell you, you can find in the report, and we have it on our table at the registration desk, so please take a copy with you and read this, because I think it has some very valuable insights and recommendations for all of us. Without further ado, the next 30, I guess, because we're already running a bit late, 30 minutes, I will be leading this interview, and I hope you will enjoy it, but also find it very insightful for the coming 1.5 days. Can I give this one back, because I will be sitting there? Thanks. There we are. Good. So thank you much, both of you, for accepting the invitation to join me for this live interview. And obviously, I think it would be good to start with you, Teresa, if I may. Just explain a bit more, if you will. The title of the conference, why do you think we are at a crossroads when it comes to democracy and media freedom?
Because maybe we are.
Please elaborate.
Yes, I will try. I do not have a lot of time, but still we'll try to do our best in order to really try to bring some topics to the discussion in our next 2 days, as Ton just mentioned. But why this title? Because this title has a certain drama. It means that if we are at the crossroads, it means that we cannot go on as we did in the past. It means that we are facing new challenges, and this, of course, should lead us to make very defining options and to adopt them and to think about them. But definitely, we cannot go on as we did in the past.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Then to you, Erika.
Thank you so much.
Hold on. I think we have to switch a bit between ourselves. Could you elaborate a bit on your thoughts on the title, please?
Sure. First of all, Selamat Sizler. I'm very delighted to be here. This is my hometown, Bishkek. Very nice to see so many familiar faces. So I think we are really at the crossroads because of, in the past decade, we saw how information can spread much faster among really different groups. And we have so many more platforms platforms available now for activists to amplify their messages and reach broader audiences. So we see this really unprecedented free flow of information, exchange of ideas, networking among activists across nations. We also see how technologies these days allow us to observe breaking news in real time, be that protest or state violence that we saw in the last year in Central Asia, so in Kazakhstan, in Uzbekistan, in Tajikistan, and a couple of years ago in Kyrgyzstan. So we have this really saturation and historic saturation of information. And at the same time, governments trying to control this free flow of information because these days it's much, unlike in the past when governments could shut down a newspaper or jail one or two journalists and thus be better able to control information. It's much more difficult for governments today to filter information. And including in this country, we see how the government is targeting specific news platforms like Azadlık website or individual activists and journalists through legislature or through imprisonment and overall. And then also another trend that we see in lots of illiberal and autocratic countries is an effort to set up firewalls and control internet. And I think we are at the crossroads. On the one hand, we have this globalizing force of free media flow, really empowering activists and journalists. And on the other hand, governments trying to come up with new ways of shutting down this free flow of information, and including in this country.
Thank you, Erica. When you say that we're at a crossroads, there's always several paths to take. Which would be the path that we should be taking, and what does that entail, more or less? Please, Teresa.
This is quite a challenging question because there is not one measure that we should take, but on the contrary, we need quite a set of measures, of positive measures, in order to really face the challenges we have ahead of us. It means that, first of all, we need to create resilience because together with this, it's very intense free flow of information that Erica just mentioned, we have, together with this, we have a lot of noise in this space. We have a lot of confusion, which means that we need to prepare our citizens to be resilient. We need to prepare our people really to take advantages of the new technologies and of everything they can offer. But this is a real problem. But I would say that one of the first priorities really is to invest in media literacy, in digital literacy, in creative resilience, and it's not just to teach or to learn our citizens to be more able to use it. It's not just technical skills; it's much more than that. It's really to promote citizenry through media and through the new means that we have at our disposal nowadays.
Thank you. Erica. Oh, there we are. Sorry for that. In our report, you're also being quoted, and I think it relates to what Teresa just has said, as saying we need a multi-layered approach. Can you elaborate a bit on what you mean with that? Because I think it closely relates to your answer as well. Thank you.
Yes, so it is absolutely important to promote media freedom and to promote investigative journalism, fact-checking platforms, and very good journalism, independent journalism in general. But on its own, it's not enough. I don't think independent journalism will be able to compete with some of the wildest conspiracy theories that exist out there. And I think, and it's not just an issue in Central Asia, of course, it's an issue all around the world that conspiracy theories now are everywhere, and large groups of population believe in those conspiracy theories. So just like Ms. Ribeiro said, it is important to invest in education, as Ms. Grave said as well, to promote critical thinking and ability from very young age to separate what is fact, what is opinion, be very judicious about what sources to follow and to trust, what media outlets to trust. And that's something that is, it's a challenge for democracies and for autocracies. And it's a challenge not only in Central Asia, it's all around the world. And I think it's a good challenge for us as well to be able to be more educated about how we consume information these days.
Yeah, thank you so much. I fully agree. This is an issue all over the world. I come from the Netherlands, and we're facing not exactly the same issues, but we are facing similar issues, and we have the same underlying problems, I think. Teresa, we've been working some time together, and I know you've always been really focused on getting the connection between media freedom and democracy, and I think it then again relates to what Erica just mentioned. And you also have said before that you see you witness a backsliding of democracy going hand in hand with media freedom. That is a scary picture, of course, and it's a bit dramatic, as you already mentioned. But please give us some more thoughts.
Yes, it is. It is, and if you look at some reports, and for example, the 2022 report of Varieties of Democracy Institute, the picture it gives to us is really a very gloomy one. And globally, what this report tells us is that regarding democracy, we are more or less at the levels we had in 1999, and regarding freedom of expression, 1984. This is so in full Cold War time. And this is, I think, we don't need more words we don't need to elaborate, because this is already too shocking for us to acknowledge. But yes, and this relation is very important. And as I tried to mention in my opening remarks, we need really to stress this relation between democracy and media freedom, because the interlinkage is obvious, and when one of these pillars, in a way, suffers and gets worse, definitely the other one will follow very quickly. And I also link to it. I also would like very much just to mention something that is important, and in a way it's also linked to what Erica said just before, which is the four mandate holders, free speech mandate holders of the multilateral system, which means the UN, the OSCE, UN, the representative the special representative on freedom of opinion, as well as the OSCE, in this case the representative on freedom of the media, as well as the Organization of the American States, together with the African Union. Every year we issue a joint declaration. And this year precisely, this joint declaration was on media freedom, sustaining democracy, because precisely to really point out this very, very strong connection, and also with another clear objective, which to try to coin two notions that are really important to this connection. And these notions are, first of all, what is journalism? And the second one is what is media freedom. Because it's not just to say, okay, again, there is free flow of information, there is a lot of information going on, but really we need to distinguish what is journalism compared to this noise, and we need also to clearly point out what is media freedom, to link it to pluralistic, independent media. And this is what can sustain public debate and in doing so really contribute to strengthen democracy. And when we talk about democracy, and I'm turning now to Antje, because you said something that is very true. It's not just about democracy. It's not, let's leave aside the concepts. No, it has an impact in our daily life. It means prosperity, it means development. So it is important if we want to have societies that are more able to live according to some standards that can openly debate their problems and of course that can be more prosperous. And this is important, of course.
Thank you very much, Teresa. We were discussing already, Erika, the flooding of the information space and the noise, and I think you were once quoted saying something that there should perhaps be even a freedom to be free from disinformation, or freedom to be free from. What did you mean with that? And could you tell us a bit more? Because I really thought it was a thought-provoking term, and I think you coined it.
In addition to independent journalism, in addition to education, in addition to active promotion of good journalism, I think it is we can also, that's not enough, and we can also maybe think about cultivating the idea that every citizen has the right not to be deceived. Just like a consumer, if you go to a store and you want to buy quality product, not some fake product that will not harm your health or the health of your family, same with information, that as a consumer, you have the right, you have the freedom not to be deceived. And this freedom from deception could be a civic right, that you are, as a citizen, have the right, have the privilege, entitled to information that is not harmful to you. So be that information about what's happening in the neighborhood or on a national level or internationally, which means information that is free from conspiracies, information that is derived through good journalism, and it's a bit of a consumerist ideal, which is okay here, but as a consumer, be entitled to good information and not fed lies, disinformation, propaganda, and that maybe can create a culture, an environment where citizens are expecting truth, expecting impartial information. So the freedom of not being lied to, and as a public good for our societies, as consumers of information, maybe this is the kind of the value the right that we can cultivate together. Again, starting from young age to when something big happens, when there are major breaking news events, that we have the right to consume impartial information.
Thank you very much. Again, a very thought-provoking concept that you put out here. I think, Teresa, you might want to react to that,
yes.
Because you have some.
Yes, because it perfectly links with what I mentioned before, the importance of really clarifying and coining the concepts of what is journalism and what is media freedom, and really try to start differentiating and saying, okay, journalism and media freedom, they are very much anchored in a set of values and principles that we need really to fight for. I really appreciate, and this is a fantastic concept, this freedom, instead of freedom of expression, but freedom from deception. And it's a great concept, and I'm very happy because it links very much with journalism, and journalism linked to public interest. It's not just about freedom of expression, but it's about public interest. It's about the messages, the information that really sustain public debate, that really creates the civic space to discuss all the issues that are relevant for our daily life and have a tremendous impact in our development path.
Yes, thank you very much. I think public interest is something that we really should have in the back of our heads also during the coming 1.5 days. I'm afraid we're almost already running to the ends of this interview, and it shouldn't be me asking all the questions. So if there's anyone in the audience who would like to raise a question, then I would be happy to open the floor just for another 5 to 10 minutes. I see, and luckily there's already a hand. Please, if you please introduce yourself.
Clara Jimenkulov.
International Organization for Freedom of Speech. Thank you so much for the speakers, and I really like coined by Eric Marat statement, freedom of deception, and I think it's very much links to the risk Madame Antier said about the rights, fundamental rights of people to receive information, timely, accurate information, which is a part of our universal human rights. But my question is more about, more provocative, because Madame Teresa said we are actually on the crossroad, yeah? What about the future? Artificial intelligence is coming. It's on the, it's here now, and I tried to look into that, and the level of deception which is coming, it's tremendous. Something that I was really welcoming as immersive journalism is now scaring me, because if it will be used in wrong hands, it's going to confuse our people. I remember in 1920s, there've been this radio show about the Martians, and then there've been in the United States when many cities run away because they've been so scared. We can create a huge havoc in one of the regions. And another question, additionally to the artificial intelligence, and Madame Teresa, first of all, to you, because you said, freedom of speech is something which sustains democracy. I would like to say that truthful information is something which sustains the state as it is today. As we know, if we are praising that we belong to the state, we are talking about the constitutions, we are talking about being proud of, in my case, I am proud to be Kazakh, citizen of Kazakhstan. So how we are going to address something which is coming basically now, today, tomorrow, in 6 months, in 1 year? Maybe you have some kind of ideas how we can approach that from international and state level perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these questions. Luckily, we have sessions on artificial intelligence, so if you're interested, please do join those. But now I please give the floor to Teresa.
But still, I would like really very, very, very briefly, but I think this is a key issue. My office has been looking at artificial intelligence more and more, and it's very interesting because in the beginning, it was okay, what are we really discussing? But it's becoming more and more interesting, more and more pertinent to our work and to our activity in the office. Definitely, I would say that artificial intelligence can represent a tremendous threat to democracy, first of all, by manipulation and surveillance. This is a real problem that is happening right now in some countries, and we know that artificial intelligence are hugely used for that, with tremendous implications on elections, for example, but also on the daily life of the citizens. So, and we are now, again, regarding artificial intelligence, we are at the crossroads too. We need to make decisive and defining choices for the future. And one of them is clearly, we cannot just have a team of engineers, of technical experts that look at artificial intelligence. We will need, and this should be our demands since now, that we need to have human rights people dealing since the beginning with the issues of artificial intelligence. It's the only way to ensure and not to put in the end when all the engineers, the technical people will came out with the fantastic devices and fantastic inventions, and then as an adornment to try to mitigate with some human rights. It's not about this. We need to embed human rights since the very beginning. But as we are running out of time, I just want to leave this message. It's a very strong one, and please, tomorrow and today, you will have full-fledged sessions dedicated to artificial intelligence, and I'm sure that will contribute with very important thoughts to also to our activity and in the future.
Thank you very much. In the light of time, you have gracefully agreed to let this question linger. Is there another question in the audience that asks for answer from my two experts on stage? Anyone who would like to raise a question? Yes, please, go ahead. I see two more hands. And again, since we're running out of time, I would say we take these two questions and then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
I'm the French ambassador to Kyrgyzstan, and my question would be about fake news. My question is mostly to Mrs. Ribeiro. Everybody knows there are fake news, and nearly all the states in the world have adopted laws against fake news. And then there is this other danger. Who defines what is fake news and what is truth? And so my question to you, Mrs. Ribeiro, as representative for the freedom of media in the OSCE area, what is most dangerous, fake news or the decision of states without counterbalance to define what is real truth? So in fact, the power of states through these laws to define official truth. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for this question, because this is the question nowadays and everywhere. And it's one of my favorite topics, I have to say, even if it's quite a controversial one and sometimes leads me into a difficult position. But you know, it's not up to the states to define what is truth. That's clearly not a function of the states, definitely. So, and fake news, we had a lot of fake news everywhere, and we had always fake news in the past. What we have nowadays, we have technologies that make these fake news very pervasive and very present everywhere. But the best, again, and we go back to the beginning of our conversation, the only way to fight fake news is to prepare our citizens, to really provide our citizens with the right tools to be able to differentiate between accurate information, clean information, like clean water. We have the right to clean water, as Erika was clearly mentioning. We have the right to information, and information that it's a clean information. So,
Erika, perhaps you want to add some things.
Real quick to Ambassador, you didn't ask me, but I think it's a false dichotomy, right? This is what autocrats want us to say, either fake news or state protection. And it's neither or nor. It's really this. Absolutely, the state can be the producer of truth, and the states can be very good in producing fake news as well. So it is about the consumer, about the very audience that is consuming, and be able to distinguish between what is fake, what is state propaganda, and what is impartial information. And to Karl Gash, it's so good to see you here. I think AI came to us faster than we could prepare for it. But I see now that there are, slowly but surely, there are platforms emerging to fact-check AI as well, like images, texts, and so on, and videos. And hopefully it will be a dynamic process. It's not going to save us from AI fake news, AI-generated fake news spreading quickly, but there is a counterforce now being developed as well. And as a professor, I see now a lot of my students are using ChatGPT, of course. And yes, and I really try to now innovate in how I use counter ChatGPT. So ChatGPT platforms that can check AI-generated text. So.
Thank you very much. There was a last question that I really would want to take, please, and then I think we should wrap up, so thank you.
Thank you. Venera Jumatayeva, head of the Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberties Kyrgyz service. Free media, independent media, is not only a voice of freedom and democracy. It is very often voice of suppressed people, discriminated, silenced, ignored. And it's very important to develop independent media in our countries. Several speakers here voiced their concerns about backsliding in Central Asia for independent media, including in particular in Kyrgyzstan also. What can EU, OSCE, UN, and other international institutions can do more besides such discussions and support in some levels? Can you do little more than now?
Very good final question. Now let me first give the floor to Erika, if that's okay with you, and then because you mentioned the multi-layered approach, and I think it relates to it, and then I'll go to you.
Ms. Jumatayeva, it's so good to see you here. So another example of really outstanding journalistic work for decades now here. So I think what international communities can do is be conditional, really have really honest conversations, like today, for instance, with governments, and make it conditional that freedom of the media is non-negotiable. If you want support here, make sure that you don't adopt new legislation that would suppress activists, like foreign agents, for instance, foreign agents legislation, or suppress mass media, free mass media. So it has to be there has to be conditionality inbuilt, and high standards, high expectations from governments, and not treat them as some corrupt autocratic countries, but really expect more from them.
Thank you, Teresa. Then I think you should have the final.
Yes, just briefly, to point out what are the main tasks assigned to the representative on freedom of the media. The first one is, of course, to identify violations, and this is a very important one. Violations regarding international standards, regarding the values and principles that the participating states of the OSCE adhere to voluntarily. And I need really to underline that they adhered voluntarily to this set of values and principles. So this is one part of my mission, and the other part is to provide guidance to the participating states. And this is important, the two together. Yesterday I had quite very substantial meetings with the authorities, and the direct access to the authorities of the participating states is, I think, something that is quite unique for an intergovernmental organization as OSCE, and it allows, really to engage in a dialogue, to really to promote media freedom and to promote all the values and principles that once again are in the founding documents of the OSCE. So we have this two-pronged approach, and I think the mandate gives us quite a lot of tools to really to have the possibility to talk with the participating states, to provide guidance, but at the same time, and when it's needed, really to have a public voice to say this is not aligned with the principles and commitments you participating states you adhere to.
With this, I think we need to conclude, and I will hand over to Jürgen for some remarks on the rest of the program and the day, but not before I ask you to for a warm round of applause for those two interviews. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, Erica, and thank you, Ton, for this very inspiring conversation. We have one little activity standing between you and your very well-deserved coffee. We would like to create some memories that we can share with you after this conference, and would like to invite you all to join us outside in front of the hotel at the main entrance. We would like to take a family photo that we can afterwards send to you. This will be followed by a coffee break, and we will then reconvene for our first working sessions at 11:45 here in this room on countering disinformation while safeguarding media freedom, and in room Akin, which is on the other side of the corridor, on freedom of expression in the age of AI. So hope to see you outside of the hotel in front of the main entrance in a second. Thank you very much.
Thing.
This is the session number 1, and please feel free to come closer. So you will have a direct access, and it will be hopefully interesting for you. So, my все, yeah.
All right, let's turn off our phones, and we're about to commence our session 1. Everyone ready? Shall we proceed?
Trees. What is with this? Okay, good. So, good morning once again, dear excellencies, respected colleagues, and esteemed guests. Welcome to our first session. Everything good with the microphone? You hear me? You are hearing us well? Yes? Good. Перевод не работает, не слышно. Работает?
А где перевод?
The interpretation is available at all times.
Take on what we have discussed already in the opening remarks. We will discuss how we can balance the need for security and protecting citizens from harmful information and further consequences leading to this, but at the same time keeping the media freedom space free and alive. And we are meeting here in Bishkek, in the heart of Central Asia. And as any other country in the world, this region is facing the same challenges as everywhere else. So we have a tremendous progress of technical advances that go day by day or by month. Then we have also continued crisis, and we also have global tensions that are affecting this region as well. And and all these factors are leading to a very chaotic media environment and with a lot of noise. And this also makes existing problems bigger and also can create new crises. And one big problem of this disinformation is really affecting also journalists. It's really literally hurting journalists and media outlets. So it's in two ways. In one way, it's because the journalists, even if they do all the best and the fact checkers are doing all the best they can do, they cannot simply tackle and correct all the mass of information that is coming and it's growing and is in this. And on the other hand, there is also government action like policy, regulations, laws that are meant to counter disinformation, but they are also hurting journalists, and they are also hurting media freedom in a literally sense hurting. We also hear of lawsuits against journalists, and we also hear of many limitations to journalists in doing their work. And in this session here, we are going to specifically discuss how this issue is being dealt in 4 countries, in Kazakhstan, in Kyrgyzstan, in Uzbekistan, and in Mongolia. And here we have the same situation, that government action on countering disinformation, including modifications to laws, have also handed more power to authorities over media. And this also means that there is a risk that these new laws can also affect media that are critical of the government. And we have the situation that social media and platforms provide a space for for freedom of expression, where people and citizens can express their opinion freely, and also journalists can publish their stories. But on the other hand, it's also a place where trolls and other individuals are attacking journalists, are discrediting the sources, and also the journalists and the media outlets. And one of these consequences is that journalists and their media outlets practice some sort of self-censorship, because they do not feel protected from this. And as an ultimate consequence, citizens are losing their trust in institutions, in media, in democracy, in politics. But despite all obstacles, we should not be pessimistic. We should remain optimistic, and we should not say, okay, we cannot do anything about it. We should do something about it, and we still think there are ways to find solution on safeguarding media freedom, and let the journalists do their work and inform the public, but at the same time also protecting valid national security interests that are also very relevant in today's circumstances. So, and all our seasoned experts here also haven't given in. I'm very, very proud to moderate a session with fact checkers. I think all of them are fact checkers. They are really coming here to tell you the truth about how the situation is in their countries, what the countries are doing to counter disinformation, and how this affects their work, and what are they doing, and what could be potential solutions to this. And of course, we are also very interested in hearing your opinion and your thoughts on this. So there will be an opportunity to have a discussion with you later at this session. So, and now I'm delighted to introduce Lola Islamova. She is the editor-in-chief of Anhor Uz and the chairperson of the Center for Development of Modern Journalism in Uzbekistan. She's not only a journalist, researcher, and founder, but she also launched in Uzbekistan the fact-checking community in 2023, and they aim to also enhance the media literacy level with young people. And she also co-authored a study on media literacy in Central Asia. So we are very glad to have you here. And Lola, the floor is yours. And please, you have a presentation.
Thank you so much. Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. It is my utmost pleasure to welcome you back here in the plenary. I'll be speaking here of this lectern. Now, in my work, every time we have similar, say, staff meetings or some kind of routine meetings, I keep reminding my fellow journalists, please write as if your article will tomorrow be read by a prosecutor. The reason I keep saying this is in Uzbekistan, there is no such concept as disinformation in the legal understanding of it. However, in Uzbekistan, recently we have seen an active development of the concept of the proliferation or dissemination of knowingly false information. And this is pretty relevant, and let me explain why. Here's the thing. Today, the Code on Administrative Liability provides for an article that pertains to the dissemination of false information in the media that results in the loss of dignity or discrediting of any personality, and entails and is punishable by a penalty of basic estimated values. In other words, that's around $1,000. That's the fee. That's a penalty. That for as a penalty, as a fine for a journalist who has been convicted by a court of law for the dissemination of false information. If, say, such a journalist has been ruled by the court to be such administratively liable, if such a journalist is accused again a year later of such an act, then such an administrative liability becomes criminal liability. And the Criminal Code of Uzbekistan states that dissemination of false information that results in the discreditation of any personality or in the loss of dignity shall be punishable by a penalty of 150 estimated values and public works, or a sentencing of up to 2 years. Moreover, the dissemination of false information that contains a threat to public order or public security is punishable by mandatory public works of up to 300 hours and a deprivation of liberty of up to 2 years. So, here are the threats that we can see for the journalism here. It is dangerous that there is no clear-cut delineation, there is no clear-cut definition of all these, of the terms and concepts present in these articles. See, in Uzbekistan, the regulation of the dissemination of false information is still within the legal limits. And this is what the public organizations take advantage of. In other words, it has become a leverage against journalists. And accusations, charges prosecuted by the prosecutors are a lot of times baseless. They're only used to intimidate journalists, to in very simple words, to really get them unnerved, to waste their time. Frequently, journalists simply don't want to deal with that, and what happens is this kind of pressure by the government plays against the journalism, and journalists simply tend to delete such articles that may result in such a thing. Speaking of the channels of the dissemination of disinformation, and that's the Criminal Code of the Republic of Uzbekistan, Article 244-6, dissemination of false information. And here, it is punishable up to 2 years in prison. So on the one hand, it's actually good that a lot of these things are regulated by pieces of legislation. However, the important thing here is to remember that the legal system and the judiciary system of Uzbekistan also need to work just as well. So channels for the dissemination of disinformation in Uzbekistan include the following: government subordinated media outlets. We're pretty much here talking about state TV channels. There are a lot of them in Uzbekistan, and let's just say they deliver information in such a manner that is convenient to the government, that is convenient to the state, because they are the clients. They commission that information. In Uzbekistan, like I said, there are a lot of state-sponsored TV channels, 18 in Tashkent, the capital of Uzbekistan alone. So social networks, social media. Via them, disinformation is disseminated via memes, media pieces, etc. In Uzbekistan, the most popular channel of communication is Telegram as a messenger. So what people do is people start their media consumption with Telegram, they end their day with Telegram. So there are Telegram channels that belong to the state, to TV channels. In other words, Telegram as a messaging platform is the most platform because it's available, it's accessible, it's available for media consumers. It does not take too much space on your smartphone, and since not everyone can afford a very good smartphone with a lot of memory, Telegram channels do not require that, so it's really easy. Also, this messenger, this communication channel is provided for free a lot of times.
And since this channel is the most widespread, so this information is spread through these social media. And besides, other channels for disinformation dissemination are the public officials and politicians, those who can disseminate false information in their own interests. Now, speaking of the measures to combat disinformation, the state program on increasing media literacy among youth. So right now it's being developed, and right now this is still in the process that we're working on. But media literacy elements are included in many programs. Today in Uzbekistan, we have a lot of international initiatives that pretty much sustain and support media literacy. In particular, our Center for Developing Modern Journalism, we can say with certainty that the major goal of our center is preventing disinformation and increasing media literacy among young people and journalists, bloggers, and this is the civic initiative on media literacy. So this year, last year, excuse me, at the end of last year, the Center for Modern Journalism Development began working on creating the fact-checking network, and in April this year we launched a website, the factcheck.uz. So you can use a your phones and QR code. This is the QR code to enter the website, and today I'm in charge. So I join fact checkers. We conduct a lot of training, and in April, once again, this website got launched. Welcome, welcome. So I believe that we'll contribute greatly to prevent the spread of disinformation. We'll also teach our journalists on how to be more resilient to disinformation and also to stop disseminating that themselves, to disseminate fake information for their own safety, and also to support the high-level journalism in Uzbekistan. This is it. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you. It's been very interesting, and also
Now, I'd like to introduce Asel Soronbayeva. She's the chief editor of Check It Media in Kyrgyzstan. She's not just only a journalist, but she's also a media trainer, and she has a very impressive record of trainings and of research, and her publications have been shown on platforms like Politmer, Kaba Asia, Fact Check, Bulak. So all the good and all the important names where you can show your work and distribute your work. And she has also has conducted many trainings and master classes on data journalism, media information literacy, and fact checking. So thank you so much, Asel, for coming here and telling us how is the situation in Kyrgyzstan.
thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. So since January this year, we have had the Check It working. This is the Union of Fact Checkers, a collaboration. This is the first time we did it. And this is a set of media resources, independent media, that each of them introduced the fact-checking elements on a regular basis. And we began working back in 2020. There were only 4 media outlets. Now we have 7 media outlets. So back then, this fact-checking initiative, so it was the initiative of Internews, the Internews representative office in Kyrgyzstan. So we joined the efforts of 4 media, Fact Check KG, Alta Media, and April TV channel. So we started combating this disinformation in the course of the pandemic under the auspices of the media blog post. Back then, every media outlet, they were posting this on their platforms. And here, what seems valuable is that by joining hands, we can pretty much cover more people, a broader audience. Because the classical fact check KG, this is more of the Russian-speaking audience, it's more about text media. April, this is a TV channel, is helping us visualize our materials, and also cross-posting. This is what we do. So the publications, if this is something important, let's say something important, the materials that, so sometimes we try to refute certain information. So very often we were doing cross posting to cover as many people as possible. So we also thought that the coronavirus, the pandemic will be over, and this initiative, this collaboration would no longer be there. However, after COVID tapered off, and then we had the parliamentary election back in the fall of 2020. Then we had the presidential election, then we had local election, and then again parliamentary election, because the previous parliamentary election, it was recognized as invalid because of the October events we had in Kyrgyzstan. We had a change of people, change of power. So our work didn't stop. And we also started checking some statements and from politicians and candidates, presidential candidates. And also, twice in the fall of 2021, 2022, and in the fall of 2022, we had some border conflicts in this country. And we also had a lot of disinformation alongside these conflicts. So we had to work once again to refute a lot of information. We were also working on, once again, refuting this disinformation. And also, we monitor hate speech in publications, in the media, and so in the speeches by politicians. Regrettably, we do have this phenomenon in our country, some manipulation and propaganda is still there. There's a large area for work. So we analyze publications in the media where the code of conduct is violated, where they use different types of manipulation. So also, as a result of our research, the finding tells us that we have a low media literacy level, so we do have some propaganda, certain statements. So the propaganda that is used in many post-Soviet countries, the Russian propaganda model. So very often people are not able to differentiate the opinions from facts. And in my training, this is what I observe very often, and I conducted a lot of trainings in the regions, also in the city, in the capital, and also in the regions. So when people are not able to tell the difference between facts and just opinions, this also impacts how they consume information, whether or not they're subjected to manipulation. So manipulating facts and figures and numbers by public officials, we also observe that, and we also try to refute it. We try to provide accurate information. Also, since Fact Check KG, since 2018, well, it was launched back in 2018, it was more about texts and textual media, but now we're also trying to apply video formats. Since about 70% of our public consume information in the Kyrgyz language, we decided to also do the checks in the Kyrgyz language. So the major focus is on Kyrgyz speakers, because very often we have fake news on one platform and then we refute them on somewhere else on a different platform. So the media literate people, they read their... So fakes can thrive in TikToks or WhatsApp. So we decided to also work on these platforms like Instagram or TikTok. So once again, to be closer to the people, as we call it. So all of these, so they're not all of the activities that we carried out, but we try to popularize our resource. We try to talk about the importance of media literacy, about the importance of fact checkers. This is some stats since March 2020, when the COVID-related quarantine began, up until March 2023. So we had about 2,000 materials published in the Russian and Kyrgyz languages, in both languages. So like I said, we're focusing on media format, video formats. We have a lot of coverage. We're very... So basically every media outlet, they publish it themselves on their platform, and then we do this checking. So we have 4 platforms: Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok. So this is where we aggregate those materials that were launched by the media outlets on their own platforms. So the social media, they're also popularized. We have good statistics. For example, 2 million views in Instagram. This is a coverage, the aggregate coverage. So this is from the most recent. So we identified that on the main TV channel, this is the last Check It Media investigation, on the main TV channel of our country, we have a fake fabric, as we call it, under the guise of an SMM department. So what's so bad about it? That the staff members, we also identified there is a connection between the fake accounts and the people working at the Kyrgyz TV channel. So they report about the fruitful work of authorities, about the benefits, but also there is a different side when under their own accounts and using fake accounts, they blacken or criticize independent media and activists and opponents and all those who think differently, dissenting opinions and voices. Very often this is accompanied by using hate speech, by using manipulative methods. And also what seems normal, well, this is a habit that we have, is discrediting journalist investigations. So journalists develop their or publish their investigation, then there is the counter investigation by state channels. So we usually spend 2.5 million soms for the TV channels to sustain them. That's about what in USD divided by 87. All right, like 100,000 some. Well, this is the amount of money that we spend to simply sustain the state-run channels. So per day, so 1.3 million for the Kyrgyz TV and radio company. So this is quite a lot of money. So that's what we pay to keep them afloat. And we also noticed that our colleagues from they identified that last year 100 million sums more were used to pay the state TV and radio company. So the response followed. We were criticized by the TV and radio company for manipulation. We were accused of manipulation and false information. So when this investigation was developed, we surveyed a lot of people, but only 2 people were included in our investigation. We cannot include everyone. These were the sources that worked inside, and those who still work in the company, and those who already left the company. One of the sources told us that the head of the information policy department, Mr. Deribek, and he's in charge of this process. So Teresa met him yesterday. That he's the one. So they abolished the supervisory council. So right now the president's administration directly appoints the director of the Kyrgyz TV and radio company. So the main TV company is fully subordinate to the president's administration. So we have the anonymous sources. We hid the gender and the voice. We used a robot for this purpose. But this doesn't mean that we falsified anything, because we work based on international standards. Our journalists, they're fact checkers from 7 media outlets. They went through training. With international trainers, including OCCRP trainers. So we comply with all of the norms. Let me show it here. So these are the 7 media outlets. They went through investigative journalism school. So they went through a lot of training and fact checking. When Fact Check KG was launched in Kyrgyzstan, so factcheck.kz, Mr. Pavel Bannikov, he was the one who launched it in Kazakhstan. So he conducted training for our fact checkers. And also Kristen Ribert, who back in the day in 2017, he was working in Bellingcat, and as far as I know, he's working for New York Times. So Christian Tribert, he was here, and he conducted training for our fact checkers. So factcheck.kg was launched with ordinary journalists, and then FactCheck.kg also conducted, so for Kyrgyzstani media, it conducted, for different media, they also conducted trainings on fact checking. So what I want to say, we work based on international standards. So we have all of the evidence and all the proofs. Yes. So thank you for reminding me. Yes. Well, thank you so much. I want to thank you, and it's too bad I had to interrupt you. It was very interesting. I did not want to interrupt you. Apologies. So we will have now, while I'm
Arika Ariuka Aruzana. She's from Mongolia and she's a communication specialist and project manager for the News for Equality Journalist Network in Mongolia. And Ariuka has been instrumental in launching projects that promote gender equality and empower women in public decision making. And currently she's leading a project with the Media Council of Mongolia to foster responsible, ethical, and pluralistic media. And we are also to have her here. And I will also again get out of the picture for you so you have a better look at the presentation. So please, Ariuka.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. And my full name is Arion Toya, and you can call me Ariuka. Guardian's former columnist Natalie Nogaret once said, propaganda was around with us long time, but technology for such a rapid dissemination has never existed before. You all agree with that, right? So spread of disinformation widely spread out in Mongolia in recent years, just like any other countries. As we all know, there were a lot of disinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic in worldwide. It also increases drastically during the election time. From a joint study of 2020 Mongolian parliamentary election, more than 80% of the information distributed on Facebook was various open and hidden propaganda, accused, biased, exaggerated, incomplete and distorted information. Of these, only 24% of them were journalistic works. And 7 to 8 types of methods were used. As you can see, several laws related to spreading disinformation in Mongolia. For example, there are 2 articles of criminal code, spreading false information in general, also spreading false information during the election. Provisions of the disaster protection law and the pandemic law both state that dissemination of news and information that misleads the public about disasters shall be punishable, and the fees are various, it's different. Mongolia has intensively implemented legal reforms recently, including draft amendments to the criminal code that will criminalize libel and slander and law to protect human rights on social media. If adopted and implemented, they threaten freedom of the press and the free speech in Mongolia, becoming tools for people in power to pressure journalists and citizens' legal and economic security. I'd like to share only 2 cases here. Lady in the blue hair, her name is Tsiring, who doesn't trust media. That's why she shares her opinions through social media. She got arrested a few times for a police questioning. On the second picture, you will see a man, his name is Mongol, who also freely expresses his opinion through the social media, also get arrested and then released. Member of Parliament Altun Toya, who is the opposite party member, she mentioned one time and said, young people who want to speak out were arrested and released. The government thinks the arrests were repeated time to time, the society will get frightened. Rulers, you are the rule in the government, not the human rights. That's what she said. So, digital environment, e-development supports freedom of expression in Mongolia, but there are attempts to regulate it by law and also by police. Mongolia needs to find the right and optimal regulation in terms of fighting disinformation. To do that, it is necessary to improve existing laws and organize many debates and discussions, and consult with the media, NGOs like us, and what should be regulated by law or what should be regulated for the self-regulation. As a self-regulatory body, Media Council of Mongolia, has initiated the following activities. In the next 3 slides, I'm going to talk about, we initiated fact-checking center, also we implemented communication crisis chapter project, and advocacy work with other NGOs. Mongolia, we have a Mongolian Center for Investigative Reporters, MCIR, was founded under MCA's umbrella on our initiative and supported by Deutsche Welle Academy. It became country's first independent fact-checking center that dedicates to improve quality of journalism. Therefore, MCIR now runs factcheck.mn site that checks and verifies false information. Another one, we have MFCC as Mongolian Fact-Checking Center, member of the International Fact-Checking Network, also Meta Company's cross-document check partner organization. In order to combat disinformation in a large scale, we need more of such organizations. And secondly, during the COVID-19, misleading information such as vaccinated people carry the virus, 5G towers contribute to spreading the coronavirus, vaccines are biological experiments. You guys all heard about that, right? Those misleading information has spread as fast as virus itself, generating delicious consequences on health. The pandemic instantly caused infodemic. The people became victims of the virus, also victims of the disinformation. According to MCIR, COVID-19 vaccination disinformation is spread through Facebook 80%, Twitter 15%, also media organizations only 5%. Therefore, communication crisis chapter project and cooperation between stakeholders being implemented in Kenya, Mongolia, Moldavia, Zambia, also in Kyrgyzstan. By the Deutsche Welle Academy, the international organization dedicated to promoting press freedom and media development. Each country had the same number of team members. In the first year, in 2022, Kenya, Zambia, and Mongolia's team met online and exchanged their challenges, initiatives, and plans. In 2023, at the end of the project, all 5 countries' teams met in Bonn, Germany. Therefore, this project aimed to reduce information inequality, produced customized information packages, and created a structure to disseminate reliable information. And the slogan was, "Reliable information saves lives." Lastly, with other 4 CSOs, we initiated advocacy work with the to impact government level, and that's why we plans to raise awareness about the potential threats from the law to protect human rights on social media and the proposed amendments. And second, we raise discussions among stakeholders to promote alternative policies and preserve freedom of the press and speech. Thirdly, persuade decision makers to support alternative policy recommendation from the joint advocacy group. Thank you so much for the opportunity again.
Thank you so much, Ariuka. So I'm allowed to say this. And it was very interesting to hear also about your cooperation spanning to Africa and Moldova, and maybe you also have time to elaborate on this. So last not least, as usual, let's welcome Duman Smakov, the chief editor of FactCheck KZ. And I think I see already you know each other. I think I'm only the only one who has to introduce you to a limited audience, to a small audience. So the rest knows you because you are the chief editor of FactCheck KZ, and you have been also shaping the minds at MediaNet International Center for Journalism since 2015. And you are working with FactCheck KZ since 2018, and your experience is quite big. It spans from managing non-governmental organizations to countering hate speech. And we are very much pleased to hear from your rich experience covering all area. And this is only a few what I have mentioned about this. So, Duman, please.
Спасибо. Ну,
Thank you so much. That's a little bit of a too much praise, but thank you so much still. Now, hello everyone. I represent Fact Check KZ from Kazakhstan. We are the pioneers of the fact check resources in Central Asia that are one of the first that were recognized by the International Fact-Checking Network FCN back in 2018. In other words, we were originally created as such organization, and during the post-Soviet space there was no fact-checking recognized online resources. We were the first ones. Also, Fact-Check KZ, while it used to be just a fact-checking resource, now these days it is more of it's a major institution that operates in different areas that work that help create fact-checking resources in other countries. Thanks to Fact Check KZ, I believe, and that may sound a little too bold, but pretty much all Central Asian fact-checking resources, as well as those in Russia, are the results of the partnership and cooperation with Fact Check KZ. Thanks to our support, thanks to our accompaniment, thanks to all the methodological and other forms of assistance that we've rendered to them. Now let's look at the stats. Today, I decided against talking about the very project because our objective was to find that balance between security of Central Asian fact checkers, and our attempt to resolve the main issues that stand before us. So I would like to start with propaganda. In our countries, in pretty much all countries of post-Soviet space and Eurasian countries, more and more frequently over the past years, more stronger are the voices of the Russian propaganda from the Kremlin, from the Putin's regime. And I would like to provide examples of the following statistics. In Kazakhstan, there is a unique project, Demoscope. Demoscope, several times a year, measures several important social, economic, political, and other issues. It polls and surveys the general public about their views about a certain situation, and they, my colleagues, for the third time have been conducting a poll concerning Ukraine, how Kazakhstani nationals consider the war in Ukraine. And regrettably, 31.8% of Kazakhstani nationals share the Kremlin's narratives, and these are the narratives. Russia is conducting a special military operation against the Nazis in Ukraine. Russia is at war with the West and NATO in the territory of Ukraine. In other words, every time we talked about the Russian propaganda, we should start with the point of information security of all the countries of Central Asia, including Kazakhstan, the Kyrgyz Republic, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Mongolia. And the reason why it's important is because, taking into consideration the geopolitical situation, regrettably, our country can become next. That's the main challenge. So, let's talk about how in Kazakhstan we fight with propaganda or disinformation or false information, or how the general public and journalists and fact checkers what they're doing to defend that situation. First and foremost, the majority of bloggers and journalists, when they see the situation that pertains to the Russian propaganda, they come to us, to Fact Check KZ, and ask us whether or not we can see anything behind the surface, below the surface. And if we can see something below the surface, when we can identify Russian propaganda about the situation in Ukraine, when we can identify everything associated with the president of Ukraine. We all know all these fake news about Mr. Zelensky consuming cocaine in his office, all these allegations and false information. That's one thing. The other thing is how the government regulates that. In Kazakhstan, there is one article in the criminal code, Article 274, that unfortunately applies very selectively. Why? Because that article of the criminal code entails a punishment of up to 5 years in prison during peacetime and during the state of emergency or any other emergency. entails a major penalty and sentencing of up to 7 years in prison. However, we all know that in Kazakhstan, during the bloody January events of 2022, we know there is a Kyrgyz musician who was a hero of the Kazakhstani state TV channels that alleged that he was a terrorist, a hired recruit mercenary terrorist that arrived in Kazakhstan for 90,000 tenge, and allegedly he was captured, arrested, and he was to be tried in the court of law. However, the Kazakh authorities still are yet to launch criminal cases or administrative cases against all those state TV channels or the Committee for National Security. Why? Because Article 274, regrettably, just like other political articles in our criminal code, are only applied very selectively. So, if only instead of that state TV channel, it was us, the Fact Check KZ, or any other independent media outlet, we would have been in prison a long time ago. If we did what the state TV channel did, I would not be in position to come here and speak to you. I would have been in prison for 7 years. 5 years from now, I probably would have been able to arrive here. So, next. Right now in Kazakhstan, we are drafting a law on online platforms and online advertisement. And this draft law considers there is a provision on false information. While previously we talked about knowingly false information, now we are talking about false information. So false information is information that is disseminated by bloggers or social media users and is punishable by a penalty. However, the Kazakh authorities are telling that in order to humanize the criminal code, we will not be sentencing everybody, although they never really try to sentence everyone, they only sentence people selectively. Now instead they will be penalizing people, assessing fines. In other words, that's another form of soft power abuse by the government to selectively suppress and persecute human rights activists or those who provide critical coverage of the performance of the government, regrettably. Now, additionally, the Kazakh authorities over the past years are trying to really bring the social networks down. Just like in Kyrgyzstan or Uzbekistan, we know that TikTok is limited in Uzbekistan. We know the law on fake news that was recently adopted and went into effect in Kyrgyzstan. We know of other Central Asian laws in Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan that the authorities are utilizing in order to regulate journalists, bloggers, human rights activists using these laws that ostensibly protect the national interests. Although we know that we're only talking about individual interests of isolated political regimes. The reason I'm mentioning this is because several years ago in Kazakhstan there was an initiative to really restrict the 4 major social platforms: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and other media outlets. In other words, there was an initiative by Mr. Sarim Zakiev who wanted the following. It pretty much pertained to all social networks, but these 4 specific ones. Now that they did not delete any illegal content, if they failed to do so within 24 hours, they were supposed to be blocked in the territory, in the jurisdiction of Kazakhstan. So they are also trying to regulate that now using the law on mass media and the law on online platforms and online media. I'm almost done, I promise. And last but not the least, as to the solutions to maintain that balance between repressive laws or selective application of the existing laws in our countries. Well, together with our partners, Check It Media, Center for the Development of Contemporary Journalism, all other partners from the Eurasian continent, we were able to create a Eurasian network of fact-checkers and media literacy, within which we are expected to help one another in situations of repressions, including digital persecutions by sovereign governments, and together, collectively, we will defend our rights and interests, the right and freedom of expression and freedom of the media.
Much. And it's really painful for me to stop you with all your presentations, because you are telling really well, interesting and also let's say painful stories and providing us a lot of facts that we hear what you are experiencing, and I'm just very glad that you are here and you are not in the prison. So I'm very, very glad about this. And but I also would like to give the others, since we also want to have access, want to provide access to information, and we also want to give the floor to other our audience and our guests here to ask you directly questions. So please, this is the moment. We have 15 minutes left. So please, is anybody asking a question, and then please represent yourself, and maybe then you point to one. And yes, please, Nabila, I know. Do we have a microphone for Nabila? Or can you shout? No, I mean.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Louder.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
yes,
great. Okay,
yes.
Sorry, I was confused by my headphones. So thank you so much for all your presentations. I'm Nabila Shabir. I'm from the International Center for Journalists based in Washington. And I just wanted to ask, there was an interesting trend that was pointed out in the last report from Meta. It's called the Adversarial Threat Report. And they pointed out that disinformation actors were posing as journalists and independent news outlets. And it's interesting to hear about the new threats that you're facing in the disinformation field. And we've heard a little bit from you today about what the existing threats are and the narratives you're dealing with. Is there anything new that's emerging that you're currently worried about, where you think there needs to be more research and attention paid?
Thank you, Nabila. Maybe we have another question, and somebody else who wants to raise it. Okay, then anybody who would like, vy paní вопрос mám, možná, nie, вопрос byla.
The question was whether or not there are any emerging threats such as fake news, false media, or any. I understood your question. I will provide a real-life case study. In Kazakhstan, frequently there are attempts to clone independent media outlets. For instance, Fact Check KZ forward Top Fake KZ, which is what the government is creating. In Ukraine, there is a very serious project called StopFake.org that is published in 13 languages, and it is one of the first and primary publication outlets that are combating Russian propaganda. Regrettably, the Ministry of Information of Kazakhstan created TopFake KZ, a sort of a mirror website that you immediately associate with topfake.org every time you see it, while in reality they are not affiliated. Then there is Radio Free Europe, Free Liberty, Azatik. Then there is the government creates Azatik+.kz, a sort of a similar domain, and that is done to confuse the readers. There is also a huge troll farm that Asel mentioned, and these troll farms operate not only in Kyrgyzstan but also in other countries of all countries of Central Asia. And these troll farms are used in order to convey the main message of the government, the main ideas of the propaganda. These are the emerging threats that I can see today. Thank you. I would like to answer the last part of your question concerning whether or not we need research. And yes, the answer is absolutely. We do need them. In Uzbekistan, there were no pieces of research conducted on disinformation, on the dissemination of disinformation. All we have are the pieces of the research that our center conducted, and it's tough to call them pieces of research. They were more like polls and surveys that we utilized in order to assess in order to understand how we could combat the proliferation of disinformation. And very frequently, again, directly in response to your question, disinformation regrettably is spread not only by the population, regrettably, due to the very low media literacy among the general public, but also by the very journalists. we, the journalists who produce that disinformation and disseminate this disinformation due to a lack of professionalism and due to low media literacy among the very journalists.
Now in Kyrgyzstan, we have the Media Hub resource, which is also part of the 7 media outlets in Check It Media. So last month they conducted a journalistic investigation and they identified that we have about 10 groups and Telegram channels that promote Russian propaganda. So they, first of all, they look as a serious resource just by appearance, and this looks like a serious resource. But at the same time, you can see very clear-cut Russian propaganda elements, and they use whatever methods. Even the head of the State National Security Committee, so some French media outlet wrote about him. He was called pro-Western. So yes, they look like a serious resource by the appearance of it, as if you can trust them. They invest a lot of money to promote these groups. And you can see right away that there was some stats on Facebook. They promoted in Telegram channels. So they have a lot of audience, a good audience. And they have Kyrgyz names like Tintikiz or Salam Kyrgyz, and they use Kyrgyz words, something that is close to the people, something that ordinary people would understand. Let's say people who do not know how manipulation works. It seems as a serious resource that you can trust, but at the same time you can clearly see it runs like a golden thread. You can see this Russian propaganda. That's one thing. Now, speaking of research, as far as I know, NDI conducts research on disinformation, a lot of research. It's a big research study, National Democratic Institute. And the Public Foundation, can I say it? Yes, I believe I can. This is open information. Media Consult, they conduct research on hate speech. So, as requested at the behest of UNESCO Almaty.
But Mongolian cases, during 7 years of operation, Media Council of Mongolia received around 520 complaints, and most of them, regarding to code ethics of violation, and most of them were checking and verifying and verification of sources, commonly violated the media ethics principles. So we are trying to reduce, behind all of this, it means, just you mentioned, a lack of professionalism. So reduce such violations. We are trying to cooperate with the fact checkers, with the newsrooms, and organize jointly meetings and promote media literacy. And also, some of the investigative journalists, for example, Urukdat Emen, her name is Bolortuya, and she investigated and called directly to the trolls and asked questions about how much money will you get if I spread or insult someone. So it's like we're trying to combat disinformation in various levels.
So yes, it's oh, we have more questions. So anyhow, it's good to see that you can do even interviews with trolls. I think this is no style of journalism that can be trained. And I see more questions, but we are already having 5 minutes. Okay, we are getting a bit more. They are generous here. Look at this man here in front. He will tell me about the time, and he's still here. So please, we have more questions. I saw some. Okay, please. Can we have a microphone?
Секундочку. Аделя Лешева.
I'm a media expert. We're talking about fact-checking. While I was listening, I got in touch with the accountant, the financial director of Kyrgyz TV radio company. This year, they have a higher budget. They became the national company. Today's 470 million soms, Kyrgyz soms. Of these 470 million soms, 20% this is paying for the signal, and about 50% that would be, well, salaries and wages, and the rest is technical needs. So if you need the numbers. My name is Chopan Jakupova. It's not really a question. I want to start by saying that was a wonderful question asked by the French ambassador, and Teresa, yes, she spoke about this as well. Basically, the legislation and trends and the amendments in legislation, law enforcement practices in all over of Central Asia pretty much is the same. It's homogeneous. We're talking about the how fast it's moving, but we are moving with a horrible speed, very rapidly. We're copy pasting. So I think in a year this is going to be the Russian Federation. Kyrgyzstan will turn into the Russian Federation. So in this regard, it would be interesting, since my organization, we're doing the analysis of legislation, and we're also dealing with law application practices. So we always represent the interests of journalists and bloggers and so on in courts. So I would be very curious from the in terms of prospects. In your opinion, what should we do? Because as far as I understand, well, you know, the process of digitalization, digital technologies, and so on, it is so rapid, it's developing so rapidly that basically the international tools like standards and so on, they're not catching up. They're not catching up with this process. At the same time, given the French ambassador, it was not an accidental question. He was asking who should define what information is truthful or fake. So, assuming that we had the autocratic regimes, we're all autocratic regimes, when the decision making, including judicial decisions, it's all in one hands, in one pair of hands. So we need to seriously think, what do we do to counter it? What tools should we use? We should not work as we used to work in the past. We should change the mode of work. Your problems that you discussed, your problems become a headache for my defense attorneys. Your problems are the headache of my defense attorneys. I want to hear from you as professionals what you're ready to do in order for us to protect you better. Thank you so much. So I will take your question. This is part of recommendations when we conclude, wrap up. So yes, we also have one. I promised to give you the floor. Promised to give you the floor, and then we will have to receive answers. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I believe we're lawyers. We understand each other. So my question, well, somebody asked it previously, but I will paraphrase. My name is Gulmira Birzhanova. I am from Kazakhstan, a legal media center and media lawyer. So I have a question. You're fact checkers in terms of law. So fact checkers in Central Asia, should we need to have any responsibility, liability for disseminating false information consciously? Like you're giving the example of the criminal code of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and so on. In your opinion, liability, criminal liability, administrative liability, should it exist? And disseminating false information consciously, they also knowingly, should we have this liability? If yes, what should be the liability? You don't have to give us, number of years in prison. That's not necessary, but should I respond right away, or? All right, yes or no? Yes, there must be liability. I agree. Plus, this is knowingly false information. I'm not a lawyer. I cannot tell what liability should ensue, but it should be there. So I don't know. So depending on depending on the level of fakeness, yes, and depending on the damage, but at least administrative liability, everyone should be equal, Gulmira, like you said. Thank you. So otherwise, I agree with my colleague. There must be proportionate liability and punishment, but also we need to work on prevention first. So people should be trained. So we need to train our people, and the media literacy should be raised. If our media literacy is at a high level, we'll have less disinformation. All right, so one more question we have. Yes, hello, my name is Irina Akhmatova. I am from Kazakhstan. So I'm a journalist. My background, I present the media organization Internews. We work with the media. So I want to start my question with the words of our colleagues. Pavel Bannikov, who used to be the editor-in-chief of Fact Check KZ, so in any his public speech, he would be starting by saying fact check should die, by being one of the prominent fact checkers. But also the recent events shows the fact checking should be alive. It should be alive for a long time. So we do not have any situation when the media outlets or the media in Central Asia or in the post-Soviet countries where they could be trusted by large audiences, because these media outlets, they don't exist as a clean media, they're clones, and they're the media created as fake media. So in this regard, I have a question. Probably the most tragic event that happened, that's the war. The war, and we're all living in this time of war, and as people living in the media environment, we're trying to combat the repercussions of this war. Is there any discussion or any within the community of fact checkers? Are you discussing this in any way? What should be done except for, well, raising media literacy? So we had a lot of conversations about it, and it's not always possible. The amount of fake news disseminated through messengers, and they, send it to each other when something happens, there is a war happened, and then in the social media, people share this information more and more. Do you have any optimism in this regard or any reflection? Yes, thank you. Okay. So it's good that everything is so emotional, and as you can see, we have a lot of questions. What I suggest, this is for the speaking about the future. Let us wrap up. Wrap up. We're close.
And you give the recommendation, because I think this is all now going into one. And please, I know you have a lot to tell, but please try to be short. Okay, so please, and we start with Ariuka.
It's all we wrapped up basically, yes. Yeah, and
you want to still,
yeah,
then maybe
sure,
we continue with, or who wants to start then?
Yeah.
Let's.
Я просто хочу сказать, что что за Кыргызстан и Казахстан.
Let me speak for Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Dimon Ismailov will speak for Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. All right, Zarina, I fully agree with you with your position, the fact check in Kazakhstan. So all fact checkers in the world, fact check should die, must die. When fact check dies, that will mean that the world will be in disinformation. Speaking of your next question regarding Ukraine, yes, fact checkers in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, very often they have joined materials that they publish joint investigations jointly with the colleagues from Russia. This is Czech media from Ukraine. This is the No Lies media. So there are all kinds of materials, all kinds of platforms who are supported by various donors, Internews, IRIX, and other partners. I want to thank them for this. So inside communities, there are conversations. We do have some like short meetings or conversations on various issues regarding the war in Ukraine. Speaking of recommendations, should I? So I insist on paying attention to state institutions should be paying attention to the problems of disinformation and the people who are not media literate. We know that in Central Asia there is a very low level of media literacy. I believe our colleagues will be speaking about this in the future. Within the framework of this conference, we'll have separate sessions. So I want to urge all of you to pay attention to media literacy and also to conduct projects on developing media literacy and combating Russian and Chinese propaganda. Well, So he spoke for Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. He spoke for both countries.
The Kazakh-Kyrgyz position and Uzbekistan?
Fact check must die, but before that happens, he will live a long and happy life because, except for, well, we should not forget that on the one hand, we'll be developing media literacy, but on the other hand, on that side of the barricade, if you will, people will be also those who make up fake news or those who create knowingly false information. They will not be twiddling their thumbs either. They'll be also developing. They'll be developing new technologies, and new tools will be utilized by them. So I believe fact check will have a long and happy life. And we also need to develop media literacy, raise it to a new level. In my understanding, media literacy and its level largely depends on the level of economic development in a given country. The poorer the people, the less literate they are. So can that be part of the recommendations, economic development? Well, anyway, we need to allocate as much money as possible from this economy and invest in these programs, starting from kindergarten, like it's done in developed countries.
As a self-regulated body, Media Council of Mongolia works with a lot of journalists, and I just like to add, journalists are unintentionally spread disinformation. So before that, we need to check. That's all I want to recommend.
Yeah, this is you are also speaking from the position of media self-regulation, and this is what we also might be a good idea to follow up on to also work with the journalists, not only with young people, of course, but also starting with older groups and of course with professionals, because I think we hardly can identify. I think even all of us have already been faced with disinformation and only realized later what it is, because it's very, very well done. So I think we had a very lively discussion, and I think now we could convince the audience that fact-checking is not bad. It's alive and kicking, and very emotional, and coming up with a lot of ideas. And I'm quite sure that we will still hear from you. And I wish you all the best. And it was very, very interesting to hear live from you what you experience, what you are doing. And I also thank you, dear audience, for being patient with us, for being here, for our situation, and I hope we moved a bit further with this project with you. And now, I already know, Jürgen, I should say that there will be the lunch served in a lunch reception. So a lunch reception in the restaurant Crostini, and I think we make it on time to have it. And thank you all so much, and also the translators and the technicians, everybody, for this very, very interesting session. Thank you.
on time and we are good to go. Welcome to the session on privacy, protection of sources, and digital safety of journalists. My name is Aydar Batavarov. I am advisor to the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, and I will moderate today's conversation. As the title indicates, we aim to discuss a number of important issues pertinent to the work of media professionals, but also in general to the cause of freedom of expression and media freedom. The topic also implies that the current rapidly changing media landscape provides great opportunities for journalists to investigate, to provide information of public interest, but as we also see and heard today, there are many challenges that the journalist community is facing. So it's not rare that journalists in the OSCE region face online attacks, harassment, threats, including through different surveillance mechanisms such as Pegasus and other tools. And we know also about many other challenges that they're facing. And in some countries, the communications are now could be tapped quite easily, not only among the general public, but also among the journalists. Their online communication, which obviously puts at risk the anonymity of their sources. So this is sort of a general overview of the topics that we would like to discuss, and many of them have already been mentioned this morning. To start our discussion, we have invited a prominent panel of experts and practitioners, researchers on media regulation issues and on journalism. And before I pass the floor to them, just a small housekeeping note that this session lasts for 1 hour 15 minutes. We have translation available, and this session is also live streamed. And at the end of the session, we will have time also to take some questions, hopefully from the audience. So without further ado, let me pass the floor to Mr. Jürgen Heisel, Director of the Office of Freedom of the Media, who you met already this morning. Jürgen is a professional diplomat with the Austrian Foreign Service, more than 20 years of experience on the issues of human rights and security issues, and he also worked in different international multilateral settings with UN, OSCE, and Council of Europe. Dear Jürgen, this morning we have already heard and covered probably a number of topics. I just wanted to deepen a bit those discussions, and once again maybe ask what is your view from the perspective of the OSCE representative on freedom of the media, of the challenge, of the opportunities as well for journalists in this current fast-paced digital environment. Please.
Thank you very much, Aydar, and good afternoon to all of you. I hope that you had a very good and refreshing lunch break. I would say that actually the discussions in the morning and the various speeches that we heard will make my life very easy, because I think we heard a very good overview of many of the opportunities and challenges that we have. So I would like to only focus on a few aspects. And when we look at the scope of this panel, and specifically the issue of digital safety, there is one area of work that immediately comes to my mind, and which is one that also the OSCE representative on freedom of the media is very actively working on, and those are the online challenges that journalists are facing in their everyday life, and specifically women journalists. And one of the things that we always reiterate in that context is that those threats are not just a virtual issue. Because we do see that very often death threats, rape threats, and constant harassment that female journalists receive during their work can very much translate into the offline sphere and become physical threats and real physical impact on the livelihood, on the families, and on the well-being of those journalists. And this is why we dedicate specific attention to this in one of our projects on the safety of female journalists online, and we will have some time to discuss it in other panels. traveling much faster. And in all our responses to this phenomenon, we really have to put human rights at the core of the solution. And this is one of the messages that I would like to reinforce also here at the start. And let me also then, as a third point, and there we'll stop because I'm sure that our experts from the region have a lot to add to this, is the increasing use of surveillance technologies. And we have seen this practice surfacing in many OSCE participating states. And also here, I mean, let me also remind all of us of the impact that it has. As soon as the sources of journalists are no longer protected, many stories will also not be written anymore. And this has real life and serious impacts on the sources and on the safety of those journalists. And also here, and I would like to reinforce one of the messages that the representative had in her opening speech this morning. Very often when it comes to development and deployment of those of technology in the broad sense, we are not really having human rights as a starting point. And we have to really move to a paradigm shift here and make sure that when we develop them, when we develop policies for the deployment of technology, human rights have to be an integral part from the very beginning. And another issue that I think is really important to mention in that case is to really remind of the very principles when we speak about restrictions to freedom of expression. It's a necessity and proportionality. And that also is an important issue when we look into the practice of surveillance, which sometimes can have a legitimate purpose, but this always has to be weighed against those interests. And also when we talk about digital or technological phenomena, we need strong and independent institutions that really can help to have more transparency and that can have an effective oversight from the very beginning. So this is just a couple of principles that we have repeated in our work over the years, and I just wanted to put them on the table as a starting point. But then I'm very much looking forward to hearing from the rest of our panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Jürgen. Indeed, the human rights approach should be at the core of all these solutions and discussions that aim to address the challenge that we're facing now. Otherwise, we see that it also brings a lot of risks. I would now turn to our next speaker, who will join us online, Ms. Julie Posetti. I think the connections. Yes, hi. Ms. Julie Posetti, a renowned academic researcher and expert on the issues of safety of journalists and protection of journalism sources. And she is also a multi-award winning Australian journalist. And she is now based in Oxford, where she serves as a Deputy Vice President and Global Director of Research at the International Center of Journalism. Dear Julie, thank you for joining us and welcome to our session. One of the important academic research, among many others, that Julie authored is related to protection of journalism sources in the digital age, which she carried out for UNESCO in 2017. And I think we can kick off our conversation with you with this study. So if you can tell our audience here, our participants, and here we have professionals and practitioners from also, well, not all, but most of the Central Asian states. So it would be great to hear more about the study and the findings that you have made. And also maybe in the course, you can tell us about the challenge that you have identified. Thank you.
Sure. I am getting some feedback to the audio folks. Thank you very much. So yes, I'm joining you from Oxford. I really wanted to be in Bishkek, but unfortunately, I wasn't able to join you. So in 2017, as our colleague indicated, UNESCO published this study called Protecting Journalism Sources in the Digital Age. I'm going to try and hold up the cover for you there, which is also freely available online. And what is interesting is that although that is a now 6-year-old study, the issues that it identifies have not diminished In fact, some of the threats that we identified in this study, which covered 121 countries, including the OSCE region, the issues that it identified have been exacerbated, not improved in terms of redress. And the key issues, I'm just going to outline them for you because they are complex and challenging, but they're really critical if we are to try to preserve the key function of investigative journalism, which is to shed light on information that powerful actors would prefer to stay hidden, on accountability journalism, which is designed to hold powerful actors to account, governments and corporations and so on. If we cannot effectively protect the confidentiality of sources and the confidentiality of source communications, so the communications between journalists and their sources, and the confidentiality pre-publication of journalistic investigations, then the outcome is to diminish democracy, because the public's right to know, right to appreciate what is going on beneath the surface is undermined. And so the first point I'd like to make is that, as we identified in 2017, mass surveillance is posing a very significant threat to confidential source communications and journalistic investigations. And that very much also involves the role of whistleblowers and their rights being undermined as well. So what this does is that it erodes and undercuts traditional source protection processes. So, for example, in many countries around the world, if a journalist was pulled into court and required to hand over details of the identity of their source, perhaps some of the information that could help identify a source, then the journalist in countries where protections exist would be able to argue that they are protected from being forced to hand over that information. Now, in the digital context, mass surveillance effectively catches all communications in the net, and mass surveillance is a way, particularly for state actors, to cut through those traditional source protections to establish the details of a source's identity without the need to compel a journalist to hand over those details. And this information is often stored in digital devices, whether that's on the specific devices or on the cloud storage associated with communications. And what we're seeing as well is newsroom raids and the detention of journalists at airports and the seizure of their devices in that context, as well as within the context of newsroom raids, which can often be designed for the purpose of source phishing, if you like, so trying to identify and then uncover the sources. And when those digital devices are able to be seized and interrogated without oversight in ways that, notepaper notebooks were never able to be so easily scooped up, and where so much data is stored on these devices or in the communications that can be intercepted, then we have significant problems in terms of the preservation of the security and privacy of source-related information. So there's two problems there that we've identified so far: the ongoing threat of mass surveillance, which scoops up so many communications in the net, and which allows for the mining of those communications to pinpoint sources potentially, but also the seizure of digital devices and interception at the point of storage, of data storage as well, is another problem. We also have the significantly increased threat since 2017 of targeted surveillance. And that's come about because spyware such as Pegasus, which many of us have heard of, has proliferated, and it's become so much easier to access, and it's become easier to use. And it represents an increasing threat, not just to confidential sources who risk being exposed when a journalist's phone, for example, is compromised by spyware. And this has been linked to journalists who are in very high risk contexts being exposed, not just to access their sources, but also their patterns of movement being exposed. So we see with spyware, not just the sources being placed at risk, but also the journalists themselves, and particularly female journalists. And I'll come to that point in more detail in a moment. But just to note that that countries in the OSCE region, including Spain, France, Azerbaijan, the UK, these are all countries where it's been determined that Pegasus spyware specifically has been deployed against journalists, and where individual journalists have been targeted and compromised in those countries. We also know that it has been deployed against journalists who have been murdered with impunity, including Jamal Khashoggi, for example, who was, of course, murdered in the embassy of Saudi Arabia, or the consulate of Saudi Arabia in Istanbul. But we also see these threats to female journalists being significant, because one of the things that happens when a journalist's phone is targeted in this way is that their own personal information, which could include photographs, which could include family related details, which could include information such as their address, their bank account details, all manner of other information can be effectively accessed as a result of spyware-based attacks on the journalist. And when female journalists are targeted in this way, one of the phenomena we've seen is the theft of photographs and video content, which is then used in online violence campaigns against the journalists. And so it's not just about exposing the sources in these cases, it's also about finding information to target the journalists, whether that means smear campaigns designed to discredit them, whether it means being able to access information which can then be manipulated in disinformation campaigns against the journalists, or whether it's to be able to expose the journalists themselves through tracking physical movement, for example, to increased physical risk. So these are very significant issues. Another situation that has arisen since 2017 is that whereas historically in the digital context, the threats to source confidentiality tended to be coming in terms of legislation through responses to terrorism. So national security and anti-terrorism legislation was being used to justify the scooping up of journalistic communications or the strategic targeting of journalists for this kind of surveillance and interception. Now, we're also seeing responses to disinformation, such as, for example, fake news laws being used to try to access journalistic communications and source identity information. And that was heightened as well in the COVID-19 context, where this, the global pandemic and the sort of need for public safety to be foregrounded was a justification in many states for increasing the risk of exposure to confidential source interception.
Thank you, Julie. Sorry for interrupting.
It's okay.
I'm afraid we are running a bit out of time. I mean, your presentation very much reflects on the many important issues that have been said also this morning, but also on the issues mentioned by Jürgen earlier, including the safety of female journalists. I just wanted to ask you one question related to a set of, I mean, within the study, you developed a set of very comprehensive recommendations. And one of them, I think, is important also in the context of what you said about the laws, national security laws, anti-terrorism laws, some other developments. We keep saying that it's always important that these laws are based on the international principles of legality, necessity, proportionality, and it requires also a very strong oversight mechanisms. So my question would be that within your research, how common was these problems in the countries that you studied, and are there any examples which can serve as a good practice, maybe also, for other countries in the OSCE region?
I'm sorry, I was really struggling to hear your question there. There's a lot of feedback.
Yes, I will repeat. My question was about the oversight mechanisms, about transparency of judicial process. Do you have, or have you seen good examples which can be, taken by other countries also in the OSCE region, where judicial mechanisms effectively shield, let's say, the possible abuse against the work of journalists or against their rights?
Sure. Okay. I can hear you clearly now. So there are certain principles and practices that should be highlighted as supportive of legal processes where journalists' devices have been seized, for example, and there is a process of attempting to interrogate those devices. So say, for example, a journalist arrives at an airport in an OSCE country, and their devices are seized, and there's an attempt to force the journalist to provide passwords, for example, and then those devices are taken away by law enforcement with a view to interrogating the content of those devices. There should be a process whereby there is an opportunity for the journalist and or the news organization implicated to be able to go before some kind of judicial authority and to be able to argue for certain parameters to be upheld to prevent the kind of mining of those phones, for example. And so there need to be very specific requirements around what can be viewed and what cannot be viewed. And one of the challenges has been that that devices were being seized or communications intercepted, and there were no, there was no requirement for any transparency. In other words, sometimes journalists and news organizations did not even know about the efforts that were ongoing in terms of law enforcement trying to access information on their devices. So the basic principles of having not just an independent judicial process, but the opportunity for appeal and also the opportunity for monitoring and observation of the interrogation of that data. I mean, I think these are good principles in general, and to ensure that law enforcement agents and judicial authorities have been educated and trained to understand the particular risks and the particular need for these kinds of protections. And there's no one country I can point to, I'm afraid, that has got this right across the board. And one of the challenges is as well that the existing legislation, which is designed to protect journalistic sources, is not necessarily fit for the digital age. And so we're still seeing agencies and judicial processes trying to catch up. And to be honest, as I said, the situation is getting worse, not better, because we have this proliferation of spyware, which kind of, supersedes the need for these kinds of protections when it comes to judicial processes, because there's an opportunity for certain states that deploy this sort of spyware against journalists to basically bypass the legal processes altogether and to simply access the information directly.
Thank you very much, Julie, for this very interesting overview. And indeed, the picture is quite bleak, but I hope this kind of conferences is actually an opportunity also to discuss those issues and elaborate maybe some also recommendations to different stakeholders involved. We will come back with some questions at the end of the session. Let me now just turn to our next speaker, Mr. Semetey Amanbekov. And since Semetey is going to speak in Russian and he has a presentation, I will also switch to Russian language. Господин Аманбеков, главный редактор информационного портала Булак KG из Кыргызстана. Он также является заместителем председателя комиссии по жалобам на СМИ, заместителем председателя Независимого союза журналистов Кыргызстана. Добро пожаловать. Ну, в принципе, как бы, исходя из тематики нашей сессии, исходя из тех вызовов, да, которые мы сегодня услышали, которые продолжают усиливаться, не могли бы вы также нам рассказать, как обстоят с этими вопросами дела в Кыргызстане? Есть ли какие-то изменения? Может быть, есть также вопросы законодательных изменений, правоприменительная практика, как в этих вопросах обстоит? Я думаю, всем будет очень интересно послушать.
У меня презентация, если можно ввести на экран, и я могу сам переключать, если вы мне дадите. Да, у меня такая очень обширная тема, 3 подраздела. Так. Ага, спасибо. И на самом деле можно было о каждой из них говорить по тому регламенту, который у меня есть, но, к сожалению, сжато, поэтому очень быстро пройдемся. Да, господин модератор, вы правы, в Кыргызстане грядут очень большие изменения и перемены. К сожалению, не самые хорошие. Вот сейчас мы с коллегами обсуждали. Я говорю, наверное, в ближайшее время мы по уровню авторитарности обгоним многие страны Центральной Азии. Самым ярким доказательством этого является то, что в этом году Кыргызстан пережил катастрофическое падение в рейтинге свободы слова по версии «Репортеры без границ» сразу на 50 пунктов. И если мы занимали 72-е, то мы сейчас занимаем 122-е. Да? Впервые в истории Кыргызстана такое катастрофическое падение. И, как утверждают многие эксперты, Кыргызстан, некогда нас называли островком демократии в Центральной Азии, теперь входит в число авторитарных стран. Это вот согласно этому рейтингу. И самым таким предвестником, точнее, благодаря чему этот рейтинг стал, это, конечно, правоприменительная практика. И вот закон, так называемый закон против фейков, он называется у нас закон о защите от недостоверной ложной информации. Его приняли в 2021 году. Изначально он задумывался как закон против фейков, который должен был выявлять фейковые страницы и блокировать. На деле получилось, что он заблокировал самый верифицированный сайт в Кыргызстане, это Азаттык, Радио Свободы, и ни одного фейка не заблокировал. Помимо этого была заблокирована редакция «Республика», тоже старая именитая редакция у нас, и частично заблокирован центральный сайт 24KG. Какие основные минусы, риски и угрозы этого закона? С самого начала закон был принят с нарушением регламента, он нарушает также Конституцию страны и все международные договора и обязательства, которые Кыргызстан на себя взял. И неоднократно до того, как он принимался, и после этого неоднократно со стороны гражданского общества и СМИ этот закон критиковался. Закон вводит внесудебный процесс блокировки интернет-сайтов. Это может... И при этом самый его такой большой минус – это нарушение основополагающего принципа права равенства сторон и его соразмерность наказания. Закон действует так. Какой-то сайт опубликовал интернет-статью. На нее пожаловался жалобщик, считает, что эта информация недостоверная. И уполномоченный орган, у нас это Министерство культуры, в одностороннем порядке, абсолютно не спрашивая вторую сторону, даже вот там, не предоставляя возможность предоставить свои доказательства, предупреждает сайт, чтобы в течение 24 часов эту статью надо убрать. Если в течение 24 часов эту статью не убирается, то сайт блокируется сроком на 2 месяца. Как вы знаете, за 2 месяца сайт практически умирает, потому что ни подписчиков, ни рекламы, ничего не будет. Это решение можно обжаловать в суде, но это долгий процесс. Как вы знаете, первая инстанция может длиться несколько месяцев. Решение не вступит в законную силу, надо будет обжаловать, скорее всего, обжаловать во вторую инстанцию. То есть те же 2 месяца примерно, даже больше, это судебное решение будет идти. И, как я уже сказал, и еще такой пункт, что владелец сайта, чей ресурс был заблокирован, он не имеет права создавать новый сайт. В законе есть четкое определение, что такое недостоверная информация. Это недостоверная информация, только касающаяся защиты чести и достоинства человека. Но наши правоприменители так его толкуют, что мало того, что сам закон, да, такой практически тоталитарный, но еще его так трактуют. Например, они Азаттык закрыли под обвинением в пропаганде войны. Это не является субъектом регулирования этого закона. То есть там только должна быть честь и достоинство, но вот Азаттык, например, закрыли под пропаганду. Помимо этого, есть кейсы, когда журналист в соцсетях выставляет информацию, но не публикует ее на сайте. Ну, допустим, на YouTube-канале какого-нибудь сайта, да. И тем не менее ему приходит предупреждение, что на YouTube заблокировать вряд ли получится, ну, заблокируем сайт. Да. Вот такой драконовский закон был принят, он сейчас работает под аплодисменты фейк-аккаунтов и фейк-паблик. Они закрыли самую верифицированную редакцию в Кыргызстане Азаттык. Вот такой вот нонсенс. Благодаря этому закону мы вот скатились на 50 ступеней вниз. Сейчас грядут следующие законы, которые, наверное, еще вниз нас. Там, сколько у нас там осталось? 70 пунктов. Ну, ближе к Северной Корее, к Туркменистану можно, в принципе, приблизиться. Вот законопроект о СМИ, который был инициирован администрацией президента. Изначально, когда медиасообщество сказало, что законопроект о СМИ создали без представителей СМИ, распоряжением президента Садыра Джапарова была создана рабочая группа. Вот, я в нее входил, мы проработали 6 месяцев, за 6 месяцев мы встречались всего лишь 2 раза. Первая была ознакомительная, вторая была, типа рабочая, да. И в течение 6 месяцев никто не работал. Администрация президента в одностороннем порядке штамповала один вариант за другим. В итоге наштамповала 5 вариантов. На каждый вариант мы исправно, всей командой, тратя свое личное время, усилия, писали свои предложения, потому что в чем смысл рабочей группы? Чтобы мы свой опыт отдали, да, чтобы мы свою практику дали, чтобы мы написали современный хороший закон. Мы на каждый вариант писали свои предложения, но администрация президента нас просто игнорировала. Вот вы не поверите, но вот просто вот на чат им пишешь, вот мы вам дали предложение. Что с ними случилось? Тишина, потом выходит новый вариант. А почему наше предложение не приняли? Молчок. Вот просто как вот, я не знаю, в бездну вот говоришь, да? И в итоге, как издевательство, 15 мая сроки рабочей группы истекли, 16 мая они нас позвали на так называемое постатейное обсуждение. Да? Ну, мы уже были неуполномочены, так проформа было сказано. Мы встали и ушли, сказали, мы уже не являемся членами рабочей группы, не подписали никакой бумаги, это односторонний документ администрации президента. В чем его основные минусы? Самое основное – это вводится принудительная регистрация, перерегистрация всех средств массовой информации. Закон о СМИ переписан с Российской Федерацией на 95%. Такой же жесткий, авторитарный. Но вот те 5%, которые мы у них не переписали, у нас еще в худшую сторону. Потому что, например, в Российской Федерации регистрация веб-сайтов и СМИ, она добровольная. Вот я у коллег спросил, у коллег тоже добровольная. И только у нас она принудительная. Причем поставлены такие размывчатые формулировки, которые позволяют не регистрировать СМИ, что понятно, для чего это сделано. Например, можно не зарегистрировать, если СМИ злоупотребляет свободой СМИ. Что такое злоупотребляет свободой СМИ? Вот я сейчас говорю, злоупотребляю или нет? Ни в одном законе это не прописано, такая размывчатая. Или, например, веб-сайт должен иметь географию распространения. Я редактор Булак, я не знаю, какая у меня география. Я вещаю...
I don't know. I speak to the whole world, but I need to mention every single country to which I speak. If I don't speak to Cameroon, and I don't mention, if I speak to Cameroon, and I mention it, my license will be withdrawn. So there are so many bottlenecks here. So to register the media they want, or the media they want, they don't want to see it. Excuse me for interrupting. Can I ask a question? A question concerning the following. How does the new law provide for the protection of sources of information, journalist sources, if at all? And how does the new law provide for the protection of journalists?
security of journalists? Well, unlike the existing law of 1992, the new draft law does provide for the confidentiality of sources, and it also provides for the right of the journalist to not disclose it. Yes, you may continue. Absolutely. Also, apologies for reminding, we will have another session on the legal issues concerning the security of journalists, and I believe that this specific issue would be further elaborated on during that session. Thank you. In addition to that, all the websites, absolutely every single website in the country, are considered to be equal to news agencies. Say, a website of a restaurant, or a website of any retail outlet, or a website of a food delivery, all of a sudden considered to be exactly the same as websites of any other media outlet. They're supposed to be registered, which makes no sense. Also, the country seems to be eliminating the very concept of a freelance journalist or of a non-staff journalist, part-time journalist. In other words, accreditation would only apply to journalists who are officially registered. Every news agency has a lot of freelance journalists, freelance columnists, and a lot of those people have no charter, have no article of incorporation. They're not legal entities. There is another point. The new draft law provides for a much more stringent to register a news agency. In other words, right now, the government requires twice as much of a paperwork to have a news agency, a news a media outlet registered compared to a commercial company. Now, Samate, I have another question for you. We already discussed this, but may we inquire, taking into consideration the fact that these days journalists today face a lot of digital challenges and digital threats, the very journalists, do you believe they are cognizant enough in how to defend themselves? Or do you believe that have the recourse, the ability to protect themselves, perhaps some best practices from your colleagues, professionals? Well, I actually have a whole dedicated presentation on that. Okay, look, I'll expedite my answer. Uh, there is another piece of legislation that limits the internet space, the so-called law on foreign agents, and I'll be very brief. Foreign agents, the so-called foreign agents, which by the way is a copycat law of the Russian Federation, any commercial organization that receives foreign assistance and is involved in political activities shall now be considered a foreign agent. We have no idea what political activity means. Also, that law provides for if such a company forms public opinion. In such a case, you will be considered a foreign agent. More importantly, the code now is amended with provisions that specifically regulate the activities of the so-called foreign agents if they violate rights of the citizens or any other activities. And this wording is so vague, you can pretty much insert anything you want into the idea of influencing public opinion. Also, any citizen that is considered to be promoting activities of foreign agents shall be punishable to 10 years in prison. What is propaganda? Like, repost, a comment. Say I'm making a speech here. I'm talking with my friends during a party, or say I'm in a sauna having a private conversation. We have no idea what that means. Any user, any journalist will simply shut down. They will be too fearful to say something online because their comments could be punishable with 10 years in prison. Now, there is another provision that ostensibly is supposed to protect children, and which pretty much is another pretext for censorship. As to the protection of sources of journalists, again, in response to your question, one of the most important guarantees of professional activities of journalists is to maintain confidentiality of their sources. However, this right, this privilege of journalists is never really promulgated anywhere in the laws of Kyrgyzstan. There is only Article 8 in the law on journalism. It is a very vague wording. It says, it shall be prohibited to interfere with activities of journalists or demand that such journalists submit information that they received in the course of their professional activities. Now, that's just a declaration. That provision simply doesn't work. There is another provision that says that journalists, in the course of investigations, one cannot seize evidence or materials received by such a journalist in the course of his professional activities. And then there are recommendations. The journalist shall not disclose his or her sources unless it's a case as provided for by the law. These are, can we, perhaps we could touch on recommendations sometime later. Well, also in Kyrgyzstan, Journalism secret is never regulated. Confidential information is nowhere to be found in the law, and the protection of sources in any criminal proceeding. This is something that never appears in any the criminal code. So, in other words, if the journalist is actually required to identify his ports in the court of law, the law never describes the procedure of such a disclosure. In Russia, for instance, confidentiality of information and journalistic secret, there are such concepts. And the Russian law actually says that he or she shall not disclose his sources if such an information was received from such a source with the promise to not disclose him or his or her identity. So we can look at item 14 of the Kazakhstani law that says that officials of state bodies shall be held criminally liable for putting pressure on journalists. The very same law, Article 7, says that in Uzbekistan, that a journalist is prohibited from disclosing his or her sources if he received them in the course of his professional activities. Again, I apologize for breaking you up, but we have to stick to schedule, and I believe that your colleagues, counterparts, and esteemed members of the audience will be able to ask questions during the coffee break and during the Q&A. On this note, I would like to give the floor to Ms. Barabujanova, a co-founder and a lawyer of the Media Center in Kazakhstan. Ura is also a member of Media Aldao, that's a new initiative. She is also a member of various working groups, task forces that work on the improvement of draft pieces of legislation on information, on access to information, on freedom of media. So, Gulmira, my question is the very same. Within the context of our today's discussion, how do you see the situation with freedom with the confidentiality and protection of sources in Kazakhstan? Well, Down is really just the legal name of our organization. For the past 17 years, our center has been advising, counseling journalists and assisting them with legal assistance. We rebranded this year, and now we have the legal service called out, of which I'm a director. Regarding Kyrgyzstan and the situation in Kyrgyzstan, honestly, we're shocked. We're absolutely shocked. However, when it comes to provisions, well, provisions of those pieces of legislation that you complain about, we already have had that in Kazakhstan for years. Blocking of websites, throttling down of internet connectivity, ruling websites equal to news agencies, et cetera, et cetera. We have to understand that we don't want Central Asia to use Russia as the as a compass. No, we would much rather see Europe as the compass of the media, of freedom of media. However, now we're copycatting our Russian laws, regrettably. So I'm calling on OSCE, on representatives of the OSCE, representative on freedom of media, please check whether or not we are preparing and adopting any new legislation. Yes, the new laws and legislation are being enacted. The situation will not be worse than before. However, it will not be better than before. So again, I'm urging OSCE, please demand that Kazakh authorities ensure security of journalists in the new law on mass media. What is it that what are the new guarantees to journalists does it provide? Again, it will not be worse because it's old. Only few provisions were added. So please pay attention to the wording of those provisions. So speaking of Kazakhstan, let's speak about the existing legislation. Protection of sources. Yes, de jure, it does exist. The journalistic secret, the journalist source privilege, it does exist. However, the journalist is still required to disclose his or her sources of information in the court of law if demanded so. As to the privacy and protection of personal data, this is a very bad provision. We protested against it since 2017. However, the law currently states that every time a journalist needs to secure a express consent from any source, whether personal secret, professional secret, corporate secret, well, this provision now says that it will kill the genre called investigative journalism. Yes, journalists cannot interfere without a public interest into life of any private citizen. However, since we're talking about Kazakhstan, and I'm pretty sure the situation is similar in other countries of Central Asia, since Kazakhstan lacks the standard of a public good, public benefit, then this provision becomes restrictive, prohibitive. So my recommendation is that, speaking of the law on mass media, our law should now have a term called public interest. If there is a concept of public interest, then all other provisions would make sense. Then, of course, the journalist can get interfere into privacy and use personal data. As to the protection of journalists, well, digital protection includes a set of legal assistance, of legal recourses and protection. There was a great article in that law that de jure does protect journalists in the course of their professional activities, as well as Article 158 of Criminal Code. But let's ask ourselves a question. Is it a true protection? Well, my organization has been in existence for 17 years. The Criminal Code of Kazakhstan has been in existence for more than 30 years. And we only had one case in the entire history where such an article of the criminal law protected the journalists. Well, we actually filed a report, a complaint to the police. Please use Article 158 against those law enforcement agencies that obstruct the professional activities of journalists. And that article regrettably fails to protect journalists. So that's a big question, really, for the Kazakh authorities. Then there are other examples, and I'm not going to delve much into them because we're soon to discuss the situation with the legal security of journalists in Kazakhstan. But as to the risks and threats over the past half a year in Kazakhstan, there were a lot of threats against journalists, digital threats, be it threats of when pigs' heads were delivered to offices and homes of journalists, where their windows were broken, where their cars were broken into. I'm pretty sure here in attendance we have journalists, especially opposition journalists, who can attest to what happened to them, who are actually the victims of such harassment or persecution. And of course, Pegasus. Pegasus is that piece of software, pretty much a means of surveillance which was found on smartphones of journalists, which was probably ostensibly was found on the smartphone of the president of Kazakhstan, which is used as an aggressive measure to harass journalists. Again, this is an example of Dinara Egibaeva, who is here in attendance. Loose Media, by the way, is associated with digital security. Why? Because on the internet, she was doxxed because all her personal details, privacy data of her being the editor-in-chief and her entire family were disclosed. You know, the perpetrators sent a box of meat to her, basically an intimidation sign. And you know, it's a matter of the law enforcement is now trying to investigate, and we're yet to hear how successful that investigation is. There is another article on the secrecy of investigation. Yes, it is a hindrance, being that the data cannot be disclosed before the trial. What happens is the law enforcement deny such a privilege to journalists. They're saying that the entire secrecy of the investigation should be agreed upon with the prosecutorial bodies. Among the positive things, well, after the January 2022 events in Kazakhstan, we now have a lot of new projects in Kazakhstan, a lot of interesting Telegram channels that run investigative journalism, Shishkin Live, Abagaev. They have not been registered as media outlets, yet they perform the role of the media. The use of open sources, there are a lot of good positive developments. Protenge by Jamil Miromarovich, who conducts investigative journalism only using open available data with no speculation, you know, with no assumptions or speculations. So these are the positive things that are taking place in Kazakhstan these days. And then there are issues of digital security. Digital security means used by the very journalists, how they defend themselves, how they ensure their own digital security. We polled journalists, and 60% of respondents said that they do not protect their personal data sufficiently, adequately enough, and 40% believe that they adequately protect their privacy. In other words, in the very same manner as all other rank and file Kazakhstani nationals. So, dear journalists, remember, you are at-risk category, you are at-risk demographic, you are a vulnerable demographics. It is your professional duty to learn as much as possible how to defend yourselves, how to protect yourself in the cyber environment. And then, of course, the draft law on mass media. Every time we talk about the media pool, every time we talk to the Ministry of Justice, we ask them, so what does the new draft law on mass media have for the journalists? Well, it provides for the so-called special status. Sounds great. Finally, journalists will be the special people possessing that special status. Well, the reality is the so-called press card, there is nothing behind this press card. It's just a declaration. It's not a credential. It's not some kind of document that would defend or protect you. There are no positive consequences entailing this so-called institution of a press card. Then, of course, there are provisions associated with information security, personal protection, personal safety of security of journalists, and the informational security of the entire country. And this is, which is, by the way, something that should be a concern for all countries of Central Asia. All countries of Central Asia should understand that only by making our media outlets stronger, only by not seeing enemies among them, but actually allies and partners among them, can we defend our countries from propaganda, from adversarial propaganda coming from other nations. And of course, the government should really be responsible for protecting its journalists. And if, dear esteemed members of the audience, if you have any other questions, we prepared a special report, Shutdown 2022, together with our colleagues from Shutdown 2022. The special report contains information about internet connectivity throttling down, restrictions, cases during the January 2022 events in Kazakhstan where smartphones of journalists were simply taken away by the police. So again, please log on to the web, Google up the special report called Kazakhstan Shutdown 2022. We live in the age of the environment, and it discloses a lot of cases associated with cybersecurity and digital security. That would be the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your very insightful, very engaging overview of the situation in Kazakhstan. I just wanted to clarify regarding the blocking of websites concerning the January 2022 events. So how does the blocking of websites, how is it regulated? Because over the past 2 years, the internet connectivity was slowed down. You complained about the throttling of the internet, right? The throttling of your editors. So can you elaborate more on that? What do you mean by throttling, and how did internet connectivity come into play here? Well, that's exactly what we discussed with my colleague here. One of the best litmus tests in the countries of Central Asia is whether or not Azotic radio freedom is blocked or not. In Kazakhstan, it's yet to be blocked. Here, there were attempts and efforts to block it back in December when when there was no access to Azotic radio freedom. However, these days, the situation with the blocking of websites is somewhat better in Kazakhstan. What you described is what happened a couple of years ago when the throttling, we had that case of throttling. Remember, a couple of years ago, there was a change of power, and the successor took care of that. So the laws of Kazakhstan provides for the out-of-court blocking of websites. It has always been there. Right now, the problem is about extrajudicial pre-trial, not the after trial, not the after court ruling, but the pre-trial, when the websites would would be blocked or the access would be throttled down even before the court session. So now the situation is somewhat better. However, how substantiated were the measures by actions by the government to shut down all news agencies during the bloody January 22 events? It was not substantiated enough. The rationale of the government was that they wanted to prevent terrorists from communicating with one another. That objective was never reached. There was no positive feedback. Instead, the people received misinformation, disinformation, and the whole blocking of websites was a wrong move. And I hope that was a lesson learned by the Kazakh authorities. However, from the legal perspective, the law in the state of emergencies actually allows the government to shut down internet during any cases of emergency, any cases of public disturbance. They actually have, from the legal perspective, the government did everything it was legally empowered to do. Thank you very much for your insight. I would like to now give the floor to our last speaker. Last but not the least, again, he's from Uzbekistan, Mr. Ukol Hamidov, who is a media lawyer. Now, Mr. Hamidov has been working on legal issues in journalism for several years. He's been cooperating with a lot of organizations. Back in 2018, he created a legal consulting company, Losopus Consulting, in which he deals with intellectual property rights, media law, IP property law, and has been collaborating with the Center of Contemporary Journalism. He participated in the launch of the media clinic for media outlets and bloggers. So welcome to Bishkek. Today in the morning, we already got to listen to a member of parliament of Uzbekistan, Mr. Ilham Abdullayev, who touched on the important issue of new provisions that have been reflected in the new constitution of Uzbekistan. So could you please elaborate on that? How do new articles of the new constitution of Uzbekistan impact the media community, the media situation? How about enforcement and compliance? And how how does your government, how did your government draft, adopt all these new measures? How does your government envision the interaction and cooperation with the media community? Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. As a matter of fact, your questions are reflected in my presentation. This is an outline of my presentation. Since time is of the essence, I'll try to be as brief as possible.
So I will cover the number of the media. Maybe this will be interesting. The number of the media is growing. In 2023, recently we had the World Media Day. So back then our president said that we have 749 media outlets. The official statistics shows 745. It's difficult to find the statistics. In fact, we're talking about the online media. So in terms of infrastructure, as of now, there are about 31 million people who use internet. Of these, 9.5 million, that's mobile data. So there is a growth of 63% compared to 2020. And I believe every year these numbers will be growing. So what are the novelties in the Constitution? Speaking about your question. Now, I believe many of you know on the 30th of April, a referendum was held and the Republic of Uzbekistan adopted a new version of the Constitution. And in the Constitution, there are so many new articles, specifically the articles that in one way or another have to do with the access of the media activities and access to information. Article 31 is a new article, except for the part that everyone has the right to inviolability of housing. So it used to exist in the old version. But what Ilham spoke earlier, everybody has the right to have their private data protected. This is a new thing, a novelty. Also, requiring that the data collecting about this person legally should be destroyed. And so this is a new article that partially we already had it in the law on personal and private data. But as of today, the legislation that defines how this is going to be happening in practice, it doesn't exist. So that's what Ilham Zayirovich spoke about earlier. That's something that has to be decided in the future. So either laws or some bylaws will have to be drafted that will define how exactly this information will be destroyed. So when we talk about the right to oblivion or the right to illicit, unlawful use of private data, personal data, but as of now, I haven't seen such draft legislation. So I believe that will happen in the future. So once this information comes up, I believe this will be covered by the media. So the next novelty, Article 33, and that's the article that has to do with free access to information. And here, the novelty is something that we spoke about earlier with our colleagues. So it's the first time it was in the draft, and it was the right to access the internet, right of internet access. The expert community was providing a different wording that would be more that we do have a UN General Assembly as of 2011 that says that the right of internet access is an inalienable human right. So we changed it a little bit. I believe that for Central Asia, this is still progress. So when in the Constitution, in the basic law of the country, we're saying that the internet is an important part of society. So this is some kind of a form of the right to access the internet. Also, in this article, it talks about, well, in this article, it used to exist on restricting the right to search for and of information, but there is a new wording ensuring public safety and public order. So in fact, the question is, what is it all about? Because I believe this is a very vague thing. So it should be somewhere in the law, it should be defined. Otherwise, and this is a very vague wording, obscure wording. As our colleagues are saying, you can pretty much put any story underpinned by this definition. So whatever is marked in yellow here, these are the new things that didn't exist previously. The Article 81, so they added that the state guarantees the freedom of activities for the media. They can search for, receive, and disseminate information. This provision used to exist in the law on the media. It was slightly amended. Now it is part of the enshrined in the Constitution. Now, Article 82, it says that the obstruction of activities or interference with the media act activities may be punishable by law. So here I want to mention that so obstructing the activities or so we used to have this in the law on protecting the professional work of journalists. It was there. However, the norms that would ensure that provide for a certain liability for interrupting, obstructing the work of the media, they don't exist. So that's one of the suggestions to provide for this liability, because in 2021, we had a portal, a regulation.uz. On this portal, you can see all draft legislation of the Republic of Uzbekistan. And so we did have a draft that was initiated by the Mass and Communication Agency under the President of Uzbekistan. That was an initiative to introduce this liability in the administrative code. However, until now, so 2 years passed, this initiative, well, tapered off and there is no information about what happened. So there is, looking at Kazakhstan and their experience, so maybe this can be part of the administrative code. Maybe this will work. Because once again, we always keep saying that the media and the journalists, they should have immunity, but still there is no liability. If there is obstruction with, or if their property is damaged. In the work of our legal clinic, we did have cases when we had journalists turning to us and they were saying, okay, we came to a local government, local council, we would be shooting, some material about the head of the local government, some governance bodies, and he attacked them, hit them, and broke their camera, broke their microphone, or something else. And they're saying, what should we do? And we say there is no liability for this, regrettably. You should only act based on, let's say, a bodily injury or targeting your health and your. So you can only apply general norms. But speaking of some, we still want to be the special, like a separate article, a separate piece of legislation that would be targeting specifically this type of activity. And we don't have any administrative liability. Let's say if there is a request for information, it's coming from citizens, can be bloggers or somebody else, or coming from journalists or the media, so there is no liability. So we do have administrative liability for non-providing an answer to a request from a citizen. However, there is no responsibility for not. So basically, we do have a very interesting story in this regard. Our state institutions, most of the state institutions, they do not know that there is a separate tool of interaction between citizens and the state, and like the request for receiving information. They perceive it as a citizen's request. In response to your request, then this is what they say, we're not, so this is not a request, this is an inquiry. This is a totally different story. So, speaking briefly about the difference of journalists and bloggers, the notion of bloggers, it is set forth in the law on informatization. And as colleagues said, any individual who has a page in the social media and is open, it's an open page, so automatically this person becomes a blogger, and then they may be responsible for spreading false information, fake information. So in other words, sometimes we're joking, we're saying that our whole country is a country of bloggers, 35 million people living in the country, so they're all bloggers. And the journalists, the difference from the Kyrgyz experience, we have such a notion as a journalist or as somebody who carries out their activities on the basis of labor and other relations. So those freelancers, the so-called civil contracts, as they're called, they're also journalists. In the law on informatization, if we talk about bloggers, there is separate responsibility, what they should be doing. There are more obligations than that, or duties than that. Article 11, and there is a lot of what a blogger should be doing. If he or she does not do this, then he or she will be held liable. So speaking of restricting access to information, so how is access to websites restricted? So the procedure is set forth in the provision. I'll speak about so first, identification of informational resources that contain prohibited information And this may include a lot of different types of information. So we have about 10 to 12 types of all kinds of secrecy: doctor secret, medical secrecy, journalist secrecy, banking secrecy, lots of other types of information. Information that incitement to terrorism or racial discrimination or overthrow the constitutional regime. So there is a large list. Next one, the request is coming from, so there is a monitoring center under the Mass Communication Center. So they apply to our Ministry of Digital Development, and then they shut down that resource. I know that it happens in an extrajudicial manner. On the one hand, our argument as lawyers, what we're saying, this is not right. I mean, extrajudicial shutdowns of websites is not the right way to do things. But the state institution says until we get the judicial decision on that, this information will become widespread, and it's impossible. It's going to be impossible to block it. So we have to respond quickly. Just like in the Kyrgyz experience, if the media outlet or a blogger posts some information that may potentially violate somebody's rights, so our state institution directly appeals to this blogger, and the media says, you have bad information. Either remove it, or we'll go to courts, or we'll take some other legal measures. If the blogger sees that this information may potentially violate the legislation, they have two ways to follow. Either they remove this information, so this can be a comment, this can be a personal post, any information. Or they say, no, I'm not going to do anything. Then the same institution makes a decision. Either they block this information or they go to courts. Well, thank you, Ilham. So I know that your presentation is not over, but regrettably, we're pressed for time. So we have only 10 minutes left until the end of our session. I believe will allow our participants to ask their questions to the speakers. Please introduce yourself and then ask your question. So thank you, dear speakers. My name is Farul, and I'm a human rights activist and expert. I work in Erkendik Public Foundation in Kazakhstan. So legal protection, it is highly important. But what do we see now? Regrettably, we do not have this technical base. If we talk about digital rights, we should talk about technical progress, and so we should have these skills. So right now we are running a mentorship program to protect those NGOs on leakages of personal data. Recently, what our community has been facing, not just human rights activists, but journalists, shutdowns, like shutdowns and targeted shutdowns, and then hacking, leakages of information about electoral processes. And it's not that we did not have this wide hacking skills. We did not know how to counter these attacks. So maybe our colleagues have any recommendations on how to bring in IT specialists. And it's not very easy to do this because they need some motivation, right? Some kind of a civil duty. Not everyone has this sense of civil duty. So if you bring them in, then how should we, as human rights activists and journalists, how should we? So we should Python, data science. Where should we start? What should we study? All right, so a couple more questions, and then we will allow our speakers to answer. So my name is Zarina Akhmatova. I'm from Kazakhstan. I represent Internews. So thank you. I want to thank the speakers for very interesting and not so optimistic presentations. I want to thank the moderator for asking a lot of questions along the way. My question consists of two parts. So you partially talked about this, but in the context of working journalist work and data protection, so such a notion as the right to oblivion. We heard about this quite a lot, and also on the other hand, we have this the right to free activities of journalists. So very often, some data is removed from the network. You're looking for somebody or their image, and then everything is cleaned up. And how does it happen? Maybe Gulmira, maybe there were some cases. And also, I have a question to. We talk in Internews. sometimes we have different trainings on digital rights and digital security. So all experts on digital security, what they're saying is this protocol should be in line with the newsroom. So it's impossible to simply have a two-factor authentication everywhere and to consider that you're protected in a digital sense. Is this area developing in our countries? And do we have, and that's a question to Glamira. So the first part, yes. Do we have any more questions? So maybe the last question, Asel, please go ahead. Because I'm afraid yes, we're running out of time. My name is Asel Muratova, the OSCE office in Astana, the National Program Coordinator. Thank you for your presentations. I want to ask all Central Asian speakers, how easy is it to, if a journalist disseminates fake information, how easy to hold them liable? Are there any precedents in your country on bringing them to account, holding them to account, the journalists? And also, how easy is it to hold somebody liable, regular users in your countries? How easy is it to hold them to account? So we will allow our speakers. Yes, I will answer the first question, Zarin. So, Sal, I can answer your question later. But there is, anyway, let me tell you, speaking of this dissemination of fake information, this is not so much, there is not so much practice after the Anvar events. This practice will, in January events, this practice changed. The right to oblivion. Yes, indeed, this is the right to be forgotten in the network, not to be remembered. But this is my personal opinion. I'm against this right to oblivion in Kazakhstan. 2 years ago, we were discussing the a suggestion was made to introduce this right to oblivion in Kyrgyzstan. So we were saying, as media experts, we're against the adoption of this norm because this may be used. So, corrupt individuals, public officials will be deleting all information materials. How is it happening in Kazakhstan in practice? First off, deletion, this is not an option. When we have these pre-trial complaints and somebody says, can you delete this information about me? I don't want this material to exist. I tell the newsrooms, yes, indeed. The first option in Kazakhstan, I was saying that 3 months ago, in Kazakhstan, there is no such a type of liability as deletion. And then the second, this is your choice. You can delete it yourself, but we don't have this option with respect to the media. So now the situation has changed. So a new law was adopted on online platforms, and there is an option of deleting materials. So now that's about bloggers. If a physical entity believes that some fake information was disseminated about him or her, he or she may require that this material be deleted by a blogger. So how the judicial practice will be carried out, so we're still discussing. So legally, we don't know how this is going to be working. We don't have any lawsuits on deleting materials. This is not an option as of now. Speaking of journalists, that doesn't exist. So the third option, since we work, so now any national of Kazakhstan may apply to the MSRIAD, this is an abbreviation. And can you delete this? The state body is asking, can you delete this information? And this information can be deleted. Although this is not set forth in legislation, but we do have it in Kazakhstan. So Semite? Yes, this is one question to all Central Asian speakers. Now, speaking of whether it's easier or not to hold a journalist or a user to account for false information, for spreading false information for physical entities who have the civil liability, you can protect your honor and dignity in court, and then you may require that they refute this information. For journalists, there is a law that I spoke about earlier. This is but there is another wonderful tool. It is called the Commission on Complaints Commission. So the chairperson of this commission is here, Ms. Tamara Valieva. So the procedure is as follows. So somebody applies to this commission. The commission is comprised of highly reputed journalists. The commission reviews the case. Then they call journalists and say, hey guys, this information is not checked or verified, or you don't have the two parties, the opinions of two parties. So let us regulate this before the trial. And a lot of journalists, they remove this information and there is no lengthy litigation. They avoid it. Speaking of what the journalists should be doing on how they can protect their digital rights, not sure how it works in Kazakhstan, but in Kyrgyzstan until recently, journalists were quite, whimsical individuals. They thought that everybody owns something to them also. But the last events that we had, they kind of motivated us, and then we started looking for opportunities. So many international organizations have been supporting us, and they will be organizing trainings for us. In Kyrgyzstan, we have investigative journalism and fact check, which are quite popular, and this is intertwined with digital security. You have to be equipped. International organizations were helping us, but well, this will be a secret that I can open. If you look at the world, there are so many organizations that will be helping you. You simply need to search for them and send your applications, and then you can bring attention of the world global community. Thank you. As a resource, Frontline is also, so there are so many programs on digital security. Speaking of false information, we have civil legislation that defines that the information that violates, tarnishes somebody's dignity and honor. We have it in the legislation. In 2021, in the administrative criminal codes, we had offenses relating to libel and insult, but there is an extra article on disseminating false information in the administrative code. I had this in my presentation in 2020, yes, for false information, article 203, 203.2, Code of Administrative Liability. So in 3 years, 2021, 2022, there were 159 cases on disseminating false information. So how easy is it in Uzbekistan? My personal opinion would be, if somebody needs it, it's easy, if somebody really needs it. But in other cases, I believe that it's going to be difficult for the other party to prove this was false information if it was not, purely false.
And the reason for that being that as ourselves, as legal practitioners, we have our own perception of this new article. What does false information mean? It may mean any person's opinion. Anybody who disagrees with anybody else could actually be false information. Anyone can claim, hey, that's false information compared to what I believe in. Thank you very much, Ilham.
Julie Possetti, our expert who works with OSCE and UNESCO, is also online. Julie, do you have any comments or clarifications that you would like to make?
Just
based on the discussion that you heard.
Yes, two things briefly. One of the points I didn't get time to make, but which others have made, is that it's vitally important for individual journalists and news organizations to access appropriate digital security and safety training, but also to have appropriate protocols within their organizations and within their individual practice. And one of the recommendations from the 2017 study was that journalists and news organizations now need to take responsibility for also training their confidential sources and whistleblowers they work with to ensure that they are equally protected, because wherever there's a weakness in the communications exchange, it can be exploited by those seeking to intercept the communications. And the second point is, I'm hearing a lot about fake news laws here in ways that really disturb me from a freedom of expression perspective. And the last speaker made the point that these laws are very vulnerable to weaponization. So wherever you have an attempt to regulate against so-called fake news, you need to very much balance concerns at the regulatory and legislative end. Concerns about disinformation going viral, for example, against the risks, which can include the weaponization of those fake news laws to undermine source confidentiality and the potential success of investigative journalism. And to that end, there is a book that UNESCO and the International Telecommunications Union published during the pandemic in late 2020, called Balancing Act, which is available free online. And just like the original study that you asked me to talk about, it includes a multi-step guide for trying to respond to disinformation in ways that help preserve freedom of expression. And just to go back to the Protecting Journalism Sources in the Digital Age book, there is an 11-step protocol there that you can follow for the same purpose. So bearing in mind those risks.
Thank you very much, Julie, for your comments and feedback. And thank you also again for joining us online today. We're really running out of time. And just for some final remarks, I would like to give the floor back to Jürgen. Please.
Thank you, Edar, and thank you very much for everything that you shared with us. And I heard very well that you were making reference to the regulatory and legal frameworks in the region repeatedly, and also heard your call, Gulmir, to the representative to look into the ongoing legislation work. And I would like to use this opportunity to also confirm that the Kazakh authorities have invited the representative to look into the new law on mass media, and equally, we're just finalizing a legal review on the new law on mass media in Kyrgyzstan, which we will soon be sharing with the authorities. And I think this is really an important tool that we can offer in this context, because we're not looking only into how those laws comply with international standards, but also in, for example, sometimes vague terminology, the adverse effects that it can have, the ways it can be weaponized. And of course, this is also part not only of the assistance that the representative provides to those states, but also part of the ongoing dialogue, because we also know that this is rarely or seldomly a one-off solution, but really requires a constant engagement that we are very ready to do. And we are in this process always also arguing for a meaningful and inclusive process when it comes to legislation, which we do think is very important, because you are the experts, you are the ones who are affected by those laws, and you know best what the repercussions are. So please also be in touch with us. Your expertise in this context is very helpful. And since there was also a lot of questions on how journalists can protect themselves and how we can increase digital safety, I would also like to refer to another piece of work that we do have, and you will also have a chance to participate actually here in this conference, because in our project on the safety of journalists, we have identified 7 roundtables of important entry points to provide a better and safer working environment for journalists. And one of them is digital safety, which is still upcoming. The aim of this project will be to develop a toolbox to really collect good practice. And you also said you want to look towards other countries, maybe outside the region sometimes. And exactly this cross-learning that we would like to introduce there. And for this purpose, we've also established a network of focal points in every OSCE participating states, with the aim that this network hopefully becomes sustainable and that we have this ongoing exchange of good ideas, of good practice, but also then mutual assistance and help in capacity building, because we really think that hopefully that this will be something that will carry itself over the years, and that we can contribute from our point of view. Just wanted to add this.
Thank you very much. I think it's
stand ready for questions after this session.
Very appropriately and suitably concludes our session. I would like to say sorry again if some questions have not been raised. We already, we have completed the session and the time is off. So I would like to thank again sincerely all our audience for participating. Special thanks goes to all our speakers, and I encourage everyone to continue this important and interesting discussion during the coffee break, and also wish everyone an interesting continuation of this conference. Thank you very much.
Recording stopped.
being directed and used against the black African majority population. They acted as instruments of censorship, and they were intended, of course, to perpetuate racial oppression of the apartheid regime over the black South Africans. So fundamentally contrary to the ostensible objective. In order to be legal, such regulations need to be narrowly circumscribed and non-arbitrary. Where they fail to be narrowly circumscribed and non-arbitrary, they open up the possibility, of course, that they will be misused to improperly limit freedom of expression, and in so doing, of course, to undermine democracy and, of course, to undermine security. So fundamentally opposite to what is intended. At the same time, we have very important international guidance from the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which helps us to be proportionate in our response. Here we find, for instance, under Article 9 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, what is referred to as the tripartite test. This is the requirement for all restrictions of freedom of speech, all of them, including hate speech, but more generally as well, to satisfy the following criteria. They must be legal, that is, they must be set out in law. They must serve a legitimate purpose, for instance, the protection of public safety or the protection of the rights of others, and they must be necessary and proportionate. In other words, they should limit freedom of speech to the minimum required and not move immediately to a more maximal and intrusive level. At the same time, they should distinguish hate speech regulation between forms of hate speech that would require a criminal law response from those that would require a civil law response, and those that actually are best addressed by non-legal remedies, meaning through education and intercultural dialogue. Equally, however, there is the clear expectation that legal distinction ought to be consistently applied. In other words, we would not wish to see, and I'm going back now to some of the comments that the United Nations, I forget her name, lady that spoke earlier, made. We would not expect to see, for instance, hate speech against persons belonging to minorities treated in a way that was different from hate speech directed at members of other groups, that all of the same category of hate speech should be treated similarly. This brings me on to my final point, which is the relationship between hate speech and hate crime. Hate speech is always a communicative act. It is speech, in other words. Hate crime may include the most egregious forms of hate speech, those that should be subject to criminal law, but alongside that, it will also include acts such as harassment, destruction of property, and also physical and sexual abuse. So again, it is a broader category of criminal action beyond that which is limited to speech. There is a clear relationship, however, between the two that it is important to remember. There is a direct correlation between speech, hate speech that incites acts of violence. This we would see as directly leading on to hate crimes. Equally, however, where we have within society the widespread use of hate speech, we create a situation where there is increasing intolerance, increasing mistrust, which provides fertile ground, of course, for increasing hate crimes. So that broader contextualization is also important. It's at this point where I return, I think, to the broad theme of our conversation at the conference, because this is a fundamental reminder of being at the crossroads. Hate speech, sadly, is nothing new, but it is growing, and it is growing, of course, because the new digital medias provide a particularly fertile ground for it. We need to take it seriously, but in so doing, we also need to recommit to those core principles which ought to underpin our response to it, which is, of course, respect for freedom of expression, for equality, and for protection against discrimination. And where we have regulations of hate speech that is positioned within respect for those core principles, then we can have a powerful instrument to promote diversity and integration of diverse societies and prevent conflict, but where we do not have
hate speech regulations that also are fully cognizant of and respectful of the freedom of expression and equality and non-discrimination, we are likely to have more problems rather than less. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Спасибо большое за...
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Thank you for a great intro. Thank you for giving us a very good overview of the current situation and the international legal instruments. Now, for the past 10 years, I've been studying the hate speech in the Central Asian region, and what I learned, every single country of Central Asia has its own understanding of hate speech. In other words, there are a lot of misconceptions. People misconstrue what hate speech stands for. Sometimes it actually creates a disincentive for editors-in-chief to regulate to their own understanding of hate speech or the prevention of hate speech. Now, I would like to ask a question to Gulnara Babajanova, a director of the Center for Training and Retraining of Journalists of Uzbekistan. She is a world-renowned Central Asian expert, and I would like to ask her, how does Uzbekistan implement these international legal instruments and standards that cover and govern hate speech? I know that you would like to show us several examples in your presentation, right? Okay, then using them, we would like to utilize them to discuss how the situation in Uzbekistan, how it correlates to the situation in other countries of Central Asia. Hello, dear participants of this conference, dear ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, when it comes to hate speech, it's such a multifaceted, such a complex issue that the very definition, and I agree with that, the definition varies between countries, among countries of Central Asia. Now, as to the assessment, our perception of what hate speech stands for and what kind of liability it should entail, and whether or not there is any discrimination when hate speech comes into play, I agree that the situation does vary among countries of Central Asia. In our country, in our society, there is a major public debate with respect to any conflict or any phenomenon, and we're trying to understand whether some speech is a manifestation of hate speech or not. Frequently, the society becomes split. People disagree what hate speech is and whether a certain article or a video shot by a blogger is it of discriminatory nature? Is it a manifestation of hate speech or not? So there is a public debate. There has been this public debate for quite a while. These days, the internet and conventional media outlets have been inundated by messages whose objective is really to disseminate fake news. We've heard a lot about it. There are a lot of troll farms. Now, a lot of times, such fake, distorted piece of news create or trigger aggression, conflicts, and over the recent years, we can see radicalization in our society. At the same time, sound minds, journalists, as well as representatives of the civil society, make every effort to stem these negative phenomena, and are also making every effort to combat and prevent the hate speech. If we try to analyze the application of hate speech in the media in Uzbekistan, we can classify this as follows. For instance, aggressive, hateful rhetoric by certain politicians or experts from in certain countries, nationalistic statements, posts by radically charged citizenry, as well as posts by religious radicals, which is something that has become ever stronger over the past years. Now, normally,
these are the people who belong to national or ethnic minorities. In recent years, these have been women and children, resettlers. In the media and social media, such aggressive statements, as a rule, this is something that is ordered. More often than not, this is done to bring attention of the audience and to have more people in the audience and more likes. So what happens is that hate speech, at the same time, also brings to those who disseminate on certain websites, who make posts, it also brings, once again, some material benefit and some profits, if you will. So taking into account the dangers and threats coming from hate speech for society and for the state, in Uzbekistan, we are first of all adopting all necessary measures at the legislative level. Alongside your national norms that were ratified by the country, there is a whole set of documents that regulate the non-tolerance with respect to hate speech in society. In particular, such norms, international norms, are applied. So this is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights (ICCPR), and also the UN Resolution 1325, 1388, resolution of the UN Security Council that recognize the importance of promoting gender issues at all stages of the peace process, and also the measures to sustain peace and stability, peace building, and post-conflict restoration. At the same time, we also see now this has been established. The national legislation is gaining traction as well. As you know, the new constitution of Uzbekistan was adopted, of the Republic of Uzbekistan. It was adopted recently, and now on the basis of the provisions of this constitution, and also on the basis of the amendments and some additional articles, of course, we'll also be revising so many legislative norms in our country. In particular, so the law on informatization is still in effect, the law on the media. For example, Article 6 talks about no abuse with respect to the media. It says that it's not allowed to use the media to incite violence or to overthrow the regime or to propagate violence and cruelty, just like in all countries. I believe this is pretty much effective in many countries. And also some other, and committing other actions that may result in criminal liability. So one of the final quotes here is, it is prohibited to use the media to tarnish or blemish the reputation and dignity and honor of individuals or interfere with their personal life. The second, a law on the gender equality. So Article 15, so it talks about participation of self-governance bodies and non-governmental organizations and other civil society institutions in the area of ensuring equal rights and opportunities. So also equal opportunities for men and women. All right. All right, this is our legislation. So, for example, self-governance bodies, NGOs, and other civil society institutions, so they facilitate the protection of the rights of individuals who are subjected to direct or indirect discrimination on the basis of gender, and also in civil and state institutions and courts, they carry out public control over the exercise of equal rights for men and women. The next one is the law on protecting women against harassment and violence. So also there is a law on advertisements in Uzbekistan. Right now, this is one of the most disputable laws, because very often the producers of advertisements on TV so they work on the edge. And so very often this is still a violation. What may not seem like a violation, but if you look at it, it may be a violation in terms of hate speech. So the Criminal Code, Article 56, it says inciting racial, ethnic, religious animosity or hate. This is also punishable by law. In Uzbekistan, we also have a code of conduct, code of professional ethics for journalists, which was adopted back in 2019. It also urges journalists not to use some sensational or dangerous headlines, or images or videos. And also they should take into account the issues of confidentiality and personal data protection, and they should not violate human rights. So while discussing and adopting the norms of the national law, what was discussed was to what extent these measures are proportionate to the threats. So to what extent, to what degree there is a line between criminalization and will not this be a threat to freedom of speech? Because state norms are normally established by legislation, and they should be legal. So in other words, they should respect the reputation of other individuals and guarantee state security and public safety and order and health, and it should not impact the public morale. So right now, speaking of the public morale, so in our advertisements, we have a lot of debates going on in various social media. And these debates are taking place even at the level of state institutions, whether or not this is legal or not. All of that should be considered for further development and for further stability of our state. Speaking of public discussions of these issues, it should be mentioned that in the country, on the internet platforms and online platforms and the social media, there are a lot of active discussions. So this is the public platform for citizens to share their opinions. And of course, such discussions are broadly held among journalists and bloggers. So if we analyze such discussions, we will see that our country's nationals, they're very much well familiar with the online space. They can also criticize or if needed, and also they may resent or so the opinions of people that can be divergent. So very often they present their divergent and critical opinions on many issues. So if we analyze these discussions, we will see that very often this is used to spread the hate speech and to have an impact on society. Oops, excuse me. You only have 1 minute left, so I will maybe show you maybe a few more slides. I'll just give you some examples. So in Uzbekistan, you can be fined, this can be 30 million sums, Uzbek sums, if you insult somebody in accordance with this law. Any insult or intentional humiliation of dignity and honor, this may be punishable by law, and you'll be fined with 30 million sums. So also the hate speech, normally these are the issues, so we're talking about socioeconomic problems, religion, gender equality, and these attacks are normally conducted against girls and women. So very often we also see such attacks in the social media. In the media, they don't exist. So still excuse me, I have to interrupt you because your time is out. So, did you say 10 minutes? Yes, 10 minutes is out. So when we get to questions, can you please, so now we need to listen to other speakers. Thank you so much, thank you. So anyway, when we continue listening to our speakers, let us be more focused so that we can discuss so that we could discuss the relevant issues pertaining to hate speech. So the next presentation we have, so Elmira Taktagulova, she's a media expert, media consult, public foundation in Kyrgyzstan. So Elmira, do you have a presentation? All right. So this will be a presentation on hate speech in Kyrgyzstan. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very delighted that we have this great opportunity to discuss a relevant, pressing problem. So this is a very broad topic. So we will try to use the time allotted. But I would like to mention that in the presentation, of course, you will not see everything that I would like to talk about. and what I would like to share. So Kyrgyzstan, in general, is no different or from those other trends that and issues that exist in the rest of the world. Hate speech is indeed present. So also in the speeches of statements of public officials and in the comments and posts of ordinary citizens, influencers, bloggers, and to a lesser degree also in the media, but it's still there, it's still present. If we look at the international criteria, then basically all groups that have protected characteristics and based on the international law, they're discriminated or discriminated against. They're the subjects of hate speech. As our colleagues mentioned in the previous presentations, Kyrgyzstan last year lost like 50 lines in the ranking, and the freedom of press ranking. And if we talk about hate speech, we always talk about that line that should exist between a prohibition of hate speech on the one hand and also preservation of space for freedom of speech and freedom of expression. So the same the discussions that are held in various countries at international platforms, the same discussions should be also relevant in Kyrgyzstan. They should be more active. But as of now, what we're seeing is there are attempts of the state to respond to hate speech and to implement its own vision of freedom of speech and prohibition of hate speech and disinformation. And let's say the vision of media organizations and the media and civil society on how this should be happening in Kyrgyzstan. So I would say that the development and adoption of the most recent draft laws and draft legislation and the discussion of next draft legislation, which will be discussed in the fall, these are exactly the discussion points where this is where we're discussing about the excessive measures that are undertaken by the state. And also we're discussing on how this impacts the freedom of speech space. So most importantly, what I would like to emphasize is that speaking of systemic measurement of hate speech, this is not done. We're not measuring it. So from time to time, we have some research studies, thanks to media organizations. As a rule, they cover a particular time period, which is, for example, tied to the election cycles or to the pandemic or some other big events like a border conflict. However, speaking of systemic data on what is happening on a daily basis from year to year, where exactly we're going, and who would be the permanent source or the major source or the major entities and subjects of hate speech, through which channels the hate speech is translated or transferred, this work is not there yet. So this is something that all the players in the informational field, this is a signal for them. This work should be started. So monitoring and response to hate speech from the side of state institutions, it takes place once again from the perspective of civil society and the media. It's quite selective. It's happening on a selective basis, and it is not quite clear what criteria are used to identify that users of the media or bloggers that they applied hate speech. So I believe that the state should respond to hate speech, but for that, like I said, a lot of systemic work will have to be carried out to identify what hate speech is all about, just like our colleagues said previously. There are different definitions, can be defined differently. There are different practices in various countries, and very often it is tied to some cultural or historic context, to a language. in each country to put political traditions and so on. So for Kyrgyzstan, this work and this discussion and this research and the building of this capacity or expertise, it will happen if all of us, all of those who are actively involved in the informational field, if we say, yes, indeed, this is the problem that we want to tackle and this is something that we want to work on. But as of now, it hasn't happened yet. So we also know that there are so many cases, we know of many cases when criminal proceedings are initiated and when trial hearings are heard or conducted, and let's say Article 330, this is incitement of various kinds of hate and animosity. So for other participants, it is not quite clear what exactly should be undertaken, what prevention measures should be undertaken so that next time they are not the entities of a certain case, criminal case. So the role of state institutions is as follows: they should provide the full, clear comments with respect to each case in order to explain. So using some concrete, specific examples, that this article, in this case, that the state responded based on specific facts. And if you face, let's say, a very similar situation, the state can provide recommendations. So this cannot be perceived as an instruction that has to be followed, because the state may apply on its side excessive measures. However, this is the subject that can be discussed. This is for other participants of the media space to discuss it and say, yes, we agree with this. Yes, this is these are clear criteria, and yes, we will also be complying with the same rules, playing by these rules. So we had a discussion with our colleagues that in Uzbekistan, the state program had been adopted on introducing media literacy. In Kyrgyzstan, speaking of such state programs, that would be, the national level, that would be developing, introducing media literacy, or that would be having big full-scale programs against hate speech. So that hasn't been developed yet, hasn't been applied yet, but I'm hopeful that this will happen in the future. Now, what are some of the risks? Our colleagues already mentioned today that there are the so-called troll farms or bot farms. So they're mushrooming. This is a systemic problem in the informational field. So they're a permanent tool that is used for political groups for promoting the certain political agenda, for political struggle, and also for dealing with your competitors or rivals. So having this problem and the expansion of this problem and the lack of actions to somehow, tackle this problem, to deal with these troll farms. So once again, this has a destructive impact on users. So we conducted a research with the help of UNDP and UNESCO early this year. So we spoke with users. We surveyed the users, those who clearly differentiate between the content created by trolls and the content created by the media or real users. So their ability to differentiate, so it undermines their rank, those public officials who apply these troll farms, undermines their reputation in their eyes. So if the authorities, let's say, need to have these mass troll farms, then that means that the authorities are not sure that they're supported by the public. So as a result, the reputation of the authorities will be going down among users. Your time is out, your time is out. So 30 more seconds for your presentation, and I can give you 30 more seconds. So let me finish here. So if we talk about the mechanisms to counter and prevent, so in Kyrgyzstan, as of now, at the national level, at the country level, so we did not have such mechanisms. And one of the most serious problems is as follows, that the moderation of social platforms and all types, so we have about 5 to 6 social platforms that are very popular, and they have, the audience counted in millions. So moderation in the Kyrgyz language is not there. There is no moderation in the Kyrgyz language, and we need to work on it. We need to develop it if we're talking about prevention. So I would like to point out that strengthening some repressive frameworks, and particularly the adoption of some most recent laws and also other suggestions on strengthening control. So this does not yield any results. The state, if it wants to strengthen measures on controlling the informational space, it would be good to prove that the laws that are adopted, the laws against fakes, that it indeed worked against fakes. If there are no such measurements, if there are no such proved such proof-based numbers, then the question is, why would you adopt such laws that work against freedom of speech? Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Elmira. So now the floor is given to Zarina Akhmatova. She's from Kazakhstan, and she represents the Internews program, and she will tell us about the current situation in Kazakhstan in the Kazakh media relating to hate speech. So we have one more speaker from Turkmenistan, and then we will have a discussion. Thank you so much. I want to welcome everyone once again, because I already welcomed you earlier. So yes, indeed, when we talk about such categories and some new categories, there are still, and due to new challenges, they change their interpretation. It's quite difficult by being working in the media or working with the media. It's really difficult to reflect on this agenda. However, I will briefly tell you about how this is happening in Kazakhstan. So I will not go into the legal aspects because I'm not a lawyer, but I had a talk with the colleagues who were sitting in the parallel session, the parallel side event. So they confirmed my research. We do have such an article 174 that is, so first it used to be called incitement of various types of animosity or hate, including racial, ethnic, and so on. So now this is called, this was a different wording, it was also about incitement of, and there were amendments introduced back in 2020, and it's not just about deprivation of freedom, but also there are huge fines. As Gulmira says, it's easier to go to prison. Somebody said the fines are so huge that it's better to go to prison. So every time, so human rights activists and those people who work in law enforcement, this is a dichotomy that is quite typical for any discussion when we talk about hate speech. So that is the right to freedom of expression, freedom of the media, particularly in such countries as our country. So this is a very relevant problem, and also countering hate speech. In Kazakhstan, this work is not carried out on a regular basis. Our colleagues from the MediaNet, they issued a recommendation as an ethical code on how to overcome ethnic hate speech in our media. And they always say that yes, indeed, we have such cases, and we're not able to restrict the representatives of the media in the use of, in the way they express themselves, but we can recommend, how best international practices. I should say that a couple of years ago in Kazakhstan, there were more activists who were sued based on this article, not so much journalists but bloggers, those who were speaking against the incumbent regime or incumbent authorities. representatives of religious communities and practicing religious communities that in the opinion of law enforcement bodies that were violating this article. So now, because of the war in Ukraine, we have more and more cases, that can be interpreted as separatism, if you will. So these are the people in the online world who somehow speak against the integrity and territorial integrity of Kazakhstan. So now, speaking of how journalists respond to this, I should say, the way I see it, using hate speech or it's not using it, this is a very good test or a mirror of any relations in society among various groups. So these are ethnic interrelations in the country where we just started to openly talk about this at various platforms. It doesn't always happen to do it openly because the state tries to moderate this process. Also, we have the lingual context. It's not always about insults, but or any terminology, obscene terminology that used by opinion makers. Sometimes can be just in the Eastern format, some kind of a wording that hints or that provides or so when certain people use it, people who do have a large audience. And therefore, I always say that inside these media outlets, inside of newsrooms, this discussion should be held before something happens. So we need to have some internal guidelines for this that identify the policies of the newsroom in terms of different situations. So we're talking about protocols and on what is happening and whether there are some emergencies or on how to behave in a particular. These are the things when you know exactly what words can be used, what language can.
When you know clearly what kind of language you may utilize in order to describe a certain situation, or when you understand which certain terms or wordings are inadmissible due to ethics. However, not all editorials maintain these kinds of rules. And the reason why such rules are necessary is because if you fail to personally understand or set for yourself what is admissible and what is not, what your editorial policy is, or if you're afraid that these rules shall be imposed on you or that you will become liable, well, the point is, as long as these rules are not limiting, as long as they do not involve or do not imply self-censorship, then, then the room is pretty, that space for maneuver is pretty large, that Article 179, especially taking into consideration the feedback from human rights activists. Their claim was that that article does not specifically state what can be interpreted or construed as incitement of hatred and what cannot. So, in cases, as Gulmira said during the previous session, say there is an article and there is a person behind that article, and that probably could be easily implemented within that case. Now, today we talked a lot about bot farms, troll farms. That's pretty relevant. That's acute in Kazakhstan in particular. I'm an expert who've been speaking about that for quite a while. I've been a victim of troll farms. I believe that in terms of ethics, this is just a heinous, despicable thing. This is how it works. Algorithms work like this. If, say, a certain heading mentions certain keywords, last name of a person of interest, or say a certain person or certain trending topic, then if it's a YouTube channel or some kind of a series on a YouTube channel, what happens is all these trolls congregate in the comments section, and for you to understand that we live in a narrative of New Kazakhstan, and I keep saying that and how, in which way Kazakhstan has become new. Kazakhstan has adapted to new current trends and realities. It's not just about blocking censorship, no. It's also about a smart system that creates a counterproductive so-called independent media, cloning websites, cloning names of popular websites, and unsophisticated readers will not necessarily understand that they're using a clone website instead of a true website. So if you are able to track bullying or instances of spontaneous comments in comments, more likely than not, it will be a troll comment with a dedicated wording to distract other readers' attention from the main thesis, from the main message of that article. You know, they could discuss, I don't know, shoes, lipstick, or any other form or idea of distraction. Of course, it looks horrible. Like I said, it's distasteful. However, it's effective. It works. It draws readers' attention from the idea of the article. So it's ricochets. It's a real spillover effect. You can no longer file a complaint against the author of that content, although technically, you're supposed to discuss important political topics, right? Because otherwise, you would hurt that person. You would hurt that media space guy or people who are trying to promote free media content. On the other hand, we have to perceive that situation in a constructive manner, or perhaps make sure that this content is not blocked, that there are no complaints against it, that it doesn't violate algorithms of various social media platforms. So in this way, you can safely say that the administrative resource, as in the government, does utilize the hate speech. For instance, there was remember the Rabath plan that provides for criteria of what hate speech is and how you can identify hate speech. However, when you read it as a declaration, it kind of becomes difficult to separate it from the realities in life, right? I mean, you've been studying this for quite a while. Frequently, on social networks, in the comments, you can read certain comments left by certain users, not necessarily by users who deal with information, but with very sophisticated users, what you would call an expert reader, who work with the language, with the written word every day. And so what happens is they are kind of excluded from this agenda, from this ethical self-regulation, and I'm absolutely convinced that it should be self-regulation, because otherwise it will become external censorship. Also, regulation really triggers a lot of people in our countries who are really trying to defend the freedom of speech and freedom of expression. However, for journalists, for reporters with whom we work, I guess I define this concept via a very simple rule: how to work with associative topics, how to write about people who experienced who survived through a traumatic experience, or who are a minority in a given context, whether be it ethnic minority or religious minority. I utilize a very simple rule: do no harm. Do no harm, which is as simple as it can get. As long as we follow this very basic principle, it will be very easy for us to define, to understand what takes place around us. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Thank you so much, Zarina. Now, arriving at the last speaker, Begdurdia Mansariev from Turkmenistan, who is the editor-in-chief of Orient Media. I would like to go ahead and ask you a question. In your editorial, do you have any special editorial instructions on how to overcome hate speech? Oh, it's in your presentation? Absolutely, yes. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity, for this, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And I would like to thank the organizers, OSCE, the host country, for the excellent receiving conditions. Now, in the current era of digital society, the relevance of the use of media outlets as a channel of communication is very difficult to overstate or overrate. Ever since the second half of the 20th century and until today, the mankind was at the was about to launch the Third World War several times. There were several crises that showed us that we are about to see a global conflict. Those nightmares started during the Cuban Missile Crisis and unfortunately last through this day. So the topic of information, the information has become weaponized, has become a leverage. In the era of digital technologies, the union between PR and technology resulted in what we see today. The very same technology may create a whole different image, the image of a weak person, a villain versus a hero, weak versus strong, utilizing the very same technologies. For these purposes, our perpetrators prepare messages using the hate speech. Exactly, forgetting that we also have the mutual understanding and harmony speech, because we live in a dual world, the world of duality. If there is hate speech, then it means that there is harmony speech, that there is mutual understanding speech, right? And it's a speech that is utilized by certain people. Now, the speech, the friendship speech should be something that all of us use, something that all of the governments use. Now, those of us who are in possession of information are in possession of the world. A lot of people attribute this phrase to Winston Churchill, but that's not true. These words were made by quite before him by one of the Rothschilds who lived in the 19th century. Now, many years has passed since then. However, this phrase is still just as relevant here in our countries in Central Asia. Here's what we would like to make a clarification. It's not just information per se that's important, but the methods and techniques of application of this information, which is something that we've talked about today. There is a higher interest in various other processes. Until recently, open aggression was not approved by the international community. That's why they started looking for other new sources of impact and soft power, an ever-growing concept and methodology of self-conscious resulted in information and the possession of information so much more relevant. And therefore, these days, information has become a new branch of government, impacting geopolitical and economic processes, both global and local. Over the past years, information carriers have become more affordable, available, more compact, and the level of awareness and information provision among the societies has become increasingly better. Other countries of the world are creating better conditions for the work of the media. On the other hand, there are also countries where that build a whole different environment or space for maneuver among compared to others that regulate media outlets. And in social media, the information is spread horizontally. While users of any website may log on to that website, they may go open other tabs, they pick up other extra information, they post comments, they post feedback, reactions. However, not always is this process a constructive and positive. Not always are all users friendly. PR campaigns aim not only at drawing attention of the audience, but also they draw attention to the indirect methods of impact. A wide-scale information campaign frequently appears like some kind of mixed martial arts, and they truly follow the same tactics and operations. The impact of political information technologies are not based on arguments and reasoning, but rather they are based on emotional pressure. And the main purpose of using such technologies is to grab attention of the users who perhaps are not sophisticated, who are not present at certain events. However, those who learn about those events and shape their opinion via the coverage in the media. And it's not just about an event covered, but also about the assessment of that event coming from that journalist. And that assessment is really imposed on the reader, and the reader becomes the carrier of that assessment without questioning it critically. So the preparedness, the ability to properly perceive that assessment is not all of a sudden becomes not just the assessment of the author, but also the assessment of the reader. You can see that based on example of various international resources, that using these resources have the ability to impose their own opinion and perspective to readers, even if those readers did not necessarily agree from the very beginning. During the digital technologies, PR has become a major attribute of any caucuses, awareness-raising campaigns, campaigning by politicians, standoffs between ideologies and states. The results of information shows of information awareness raising campaigns show how impactful they can be on the global community and also on the state of the societal opinion here within individual countries. A lot of starting audiences do not necessarily understand how they are being impacted by these technologies. They also fail to understand that they are being manipulated, their minds are being manipulated by the various techniques employed by such authors. In addition to the media, thanks to social media, or due to the social media online, we can see an ever-growing trend of intimidating, hateful, and various other negative, heinous, and hideous forms of communication. At the same time, cybersecurity, being born in the virtual space, has its own implications in the physical, offline space. Acts of terror, mass murders, violence, where rank-and-file ordinary people die. I absolutely agree with the organizers of this forum in their opinion that the hate speech may absolutely may be harmful for social cohesion and peaceful coexistence in other societies. In the informational standoff, the winner is the one who more aptly utilizes information technologies, PRs, and chooses audiences that really are helpful to him or her, and uses those authors that are most popular rather than those who speak the truth. In order not to depreciate, not to overweight the whole idea, we need to maintain informational neutrality. Turkmenistan, whose policy is based on neutrality, sticks to the neutral policy in all walks of life, in all aspects, including information. As a country that positioned this global initiative supported by the United Nations, dialogue, guarantees of peace, Turkmenistan acts in the media space, promoting a new architecture of global security, a new ecosystem of cooperation and consolidation in global efforts against our common challenges and threats. And those include quite many. Illegal dissemination of drugs, psychoactive substances and precursors, international terrorism, climate change, the problem of the ever-growing deficit of fresh potable water, and many others. A multipolar world immersed into the combat, into the struggle between different perspectives, say, hate speech and friendship speech, almost, almost missed the emergence, almost missed the almost missed the emergence, almost missed the emergence of the Islamic State, a terrorist organization that almost destroyed everything that the entire humankind civilization achieved over the past centuries and millennia. So we have something to fight for. Absolutely. Our what we're trying to get people to consolidate, to get together, to improve social cohesion. The Turkmenistani people found themselves in the worst situation in the early 90s when the Soviet Union collapsed. We had we had situations where there was less than 3 days worth of flour in the entire country. And that's when we united. We didn't know. We decided against blaming one another. We decided against really accusing one another. We decided to drop the hate speech and instead employ the unification, reunion speech. That's why we were able to survive through the 90s. Thank you so much, Dr. D. Thank you so much. We just have to stick to the order of procedure and to the schedule. Thank you so much. Thank you. I did not really get to listen to your answer concerning editorial instructions. So, dear colleagues, I've just listened to the opinions expressed during this panel discussion, and based on all that, I would like to make a quick summary before we proceed with the Q&A session. Now, here are my takeaways. and please correct me if I'm wrong in their wording. First and foremost, we believe that Central Asian countries can see the following problem: different understanding of the term and definition of hate speech. We can see differing approaches to the sovereign government's efforts to regulate. In other words, countries either regulate or let the profession self-regulate. Until today, is is it really difficult to understand whether editors' offices have their own instructions, whether or not the recommendation is implemented, the recommendation that we promulgated during a similar conference in Almaty back in 2018, when members of that conference recommended to member states to adopt provisions in their laws that would very clearly word and define and set circumstances, set criteria for the illegal content, how to define illegal content. And I believe that the participants of the media space, editors-in-chief, copy editors, journalists, reporters, they're still doubtful with regards to how do we define, how do we actually attest to the fact that this is hate speech and this is not hate speech. And if we identify hate speech, what exactly are we supposed to do with that instance of hate speech? So here's my question for all the distinguished panelists. What is better, self-regulation or state-imposed regulation in this particular situation? So let's not let's distinguish that very clearly from our protection from troll farms, etc. Because remember, hate speech by trolls is very cleverly mixed with other more legal ways to express hatred, and that's why trying to conceal it. So right now we're talking about hate speech that really pertains to marginalized demographics, hate speech that really specifically target vulnerable demographics that are a result of the lack of anti-discrimination laws or anti-marginalization laws, or that pretty much fit and suit all those criteria that have already that are already in place. So which path should we follow? Self-regulation as an our profession, self-regulation, editorial self-regulation, or regulation by the state? Well, I believe that, again, takeaways from the work that we've already done. We worked on hate speech and disinformation. What we've learned is the decision to whether self-regulate or let the government regulate us. It's a process, right? It's a process that involves the media outlets, reporters, the government, IT specialists, etc., etc. So we, first of all of us have to understand what hate speech is, what the criteria for hate speech are, and if, say, if there is the test by following the Rabat plan or recommendations from Article 19, all those criteria regarding the hate speech that can be prohibited, that must be prohibited, or the language that can be allowed. So, first of all of us as practitioners have to understand for ourselves what hate speech is, because yet again, using all those practical examples and case studies that were presented by our speakers. And let me give you an example. Several days ago in Bishkek here, a civil rights activist was detained for his post utilizing Article 330 of the Criminal Code, incitement of hatred. That's what they used. That blogger, doesn't even understand what he got arrested for. We as readers cannot understand what he was arrested for. At the same time, there is enforcement and compliance practice where the government already has accumulated a wealth, a body of judiciary practice. So there are precedents. So in order that's why I believe that first we need a good discussion among fellow thinkers for us to all to understand what we understand by hate speech, and only then should we introduce that into self-regulation, utilizing the recommendations of the Rabat plan for Kyrgyzstan and for other participants of this media market to introduce these policies as editorial policies. So you just mentioned that we need a discussion, but the discussion of hate speech, it really started since the 80s of the previous century. We all know that a hate speech is intolerance, xenophobia, ethnic, religious intolerance, or xenophobia against immigrants. We understand the criteria.
Won't there be any additional discussion or a reference to, let's say, the promoted patriarchal values when, for example, those who promote the laws that restrict freedom of speech, they'll be saying this is not in line with our national traditional values, a certain statement. Let us consider this as hate speech. Although, based on the criteria, international criteria, this will not fall under hate speech. The reason I say so, because very often in our monitoring, in our assessment, there is no clear understanding, and it will not be there. Do we need this discussion, or we need to be guided by these international basic standards? And maybe we need to work on that part of freedom of expression that protects. Excuse me. So maybe Jennifer will correct me, but there is the hate speech that it does exist, and whether we like it or not, it may exist.
To answer your question, I think the two need to be mutually reinforcing. So we need to have clearly delimited hate speech regulation, and that ought to translate into editorial review that is complicit, fully compliant with it. There's also a broader issue, I think, that hasn't fully been touched upon, and that is, of course, that ultimately there also needs to be an engagement with civil society more generally, and I would hope in particular that journalists would be seeking out the experience of those who are the victims of hate speech to understand from their perspective what constitutes harm, what constitutes hate, and to be able to begin to build the trust that is necessary for victims of hate speech to come forward to share their experience, and then for that to be followed on with prosecution where it is applicable. So that wider, joined-up social response ultimately is absolutely crucial.
Yes, это могут быть компании.
So these can be campaigns, excuse me. What other ideas may exist to continue some kind of a social response? Yes, some kind of a reflection of social to possible hate. When I was saying that we need to have a discussion, so for example, we identified a big gap. So there are international recommendations and criteria and definitions and so on. And also there is a context, like a local context in Kyrgyzstan, also our legislation that does not always reflect all international. And also we have the practice, and also we have gaps in the recommendations international and how this is implemented here in Kyrgyzstan. So today we spoke a lot about these cases. We already have this gap. We also have a gap between the understanding of hate speech and the criteria on identifying hate speech and the understanding of users. Users of the social media, and so pretty much everyone has access now. And ordinary users, for example, we were asking questions to ordinary users, what is hate speech? And there were about 25 different definitions, if you will, on how people perceive hate speech. And most of the answers, they were saying, I don't know what hate speech is all about. When we were saying, for example, what don't you like, or what are you insulted by? What is it? What seems like a threat to you in the social media? So they were giving examples, and they were saying criticizing authorities, that is hate speech. So there are these divergences or these differences. There are two different many perspectives. I believe through these discussions and through these publications, we need to carry out this full-scale maybe campaigns in order to introduce this understanding so that users could understand what is meant by hate speech, how to recognize it, and how not to allow it to happen. Who should be doing this? Should the state be doing this? Civil society, or who? Yes, I want to speak about the approach, or this about the UN structures and UNESCO, about their approach. So the approach is there should be a coalition, a multi-level coalition, and that should be the state, and that should also be the media and civil society and the academia, and also the private sector. So for example, IT specialists, because once again, we also need to work with the social platforms administrations in order to optimize moderation. So moderation, you mean on the platform, yes. So yes, I agree with Almira in a sense that yes, it should be some common work in civil society and the media and the state structures. So for example, we started working a couple of years ago and it was quite successful. We trained journalists jointly with bloggers and jointly with representatives of NGOs, particularly on media literacy. And we also have hate speech as one of the subjects. And most importantly, so we already adopted a state program on media literacy. So we have a roadmap and we're continuing this work. So I believe we need just a little bit of time so that first the media should understand that. And then through the media, society will understand it as well. But now there's this understanding. The understanding is much higher than it used to be when the resolution was passed that you just mentioned in Astana. Since then, we've been working with the media, and this journalists already have this understanding what hate speech is about. So basically, we didn't have any examples that we could provide today where this principle would be violated. So for the most part, no one uses this hate speech, but it's only bloggers. Sometimes you see it among bloggers, but also we need to work. They work actively with bloggers and state institutions. They also get reports from us on these issues. What has been done on a regular basis in Uzbekistan? This is done by the state. Okay, right? Yes, state regulation. No, this is yes. This is done by civil society, and the state is simply a lever that moves this program. All right, can I just add? Yes, I would like to add to what has been said by Jennifer, and I did like this statement that speaking of this process, we need to engage also the victims, hate speech victims. In Kazakhstan, back in 2020, we had the mass riots, the so-called Kordai events. I think you heard about this. And this was, so in that conflict, we had two ethnic groups involved. And this was bloodshed. This was a bloody conflict. There were houses were destroyed. We had victims. I went there a couple of months after this, and I spoke with both parties of the conflict. And I tried to understand how people live and how they feel. So back then, I remember in the newsroom, we collected this inclusive group. So we had representatives of one ethnic group and representatives of ethnic minorities. So we tried to collect this story to avoid this angle of bias or only one perspective. When you have this, tunnel vision, when you only look through one piece of glass, you don't see the whole picture. So this was a very useful experience on those issues in which society is involved, in which there is no agreement, even in one newsroom. Sometimes it's useful to listen to each other, to talk to each other, to hear each other's perspective. But then we realized that the state tried to interfere with this conflict in a way that even all those involved. So we went to their houses. 5 minutes after that, first, a representative of the local council emerged, then the police car emerged. So after we left, the police arrived. So in my opinion, this is not a very good trend, trying to hide everything, or because trying to define hate speech and trying to define how we can use this ethical coverage in journalism and also at the same time not to infringe on the rights of smaller groups and minorities. This is a process. We're all learning something new every day. And this process, so of course it has some flaws and drawbacks as we go on. And we, speaking of training journalists on how they should, we have this right to oblivion, the right to, we should not work against the constitutional regime because it's about national security. All that is good, but we cannot cultivate or breed ideal people in that will be giving out texts like the artificial intelligence does, and then simply edit them. This will not be journalism. Journalism should be on the edge of social processes. Yes, I'm for education. I'm for allowing journalists to get trained. We need to create discussion platforms. But very often, and we have the representatives of our countries, I always say journalism is not a very well paid job. So independent newsrooms, they do not have so many possibilities to provide technically and professionally. So journalism come into this, so either they're religious first year students or people from outside. So this is changing little by little, but this should be considered before we strengthen any legislation. So I believe this is a prolonged process. We all need to be a part of it, but not just some individuals who decided that there are a bunch of individuals who know everything. Thank you. So do we have any questions from the participants? All right, can you use the microphone, please? Can you please use a microphone for a question? And also introduce yourself. So hello, I'm a journalist from Kazakhstan. My name is Arizat. I have a question. So what would be some of the outstanding examples of hate speech in your countries that you have seen in your countries recently? And have you had any cases of, when this was judged by the public or public condemnation, if you will? Yeah, speaking, yes, I want to give you an example. For the most part, recently, we have seen attacks against women. And so these are the women. So even if you look at, men, you can see them in advertisements in the social media, and you can see like a man who has four wives, four wives, and then he gives a gift to every wife, to each wife. So when people write something in the social media that's polygamy, that is advertised, that humiliates women's dignity. So they advertise polygamy, polygyny. They were saying this was a joke. This is simply to promote a service or a product. Or we had an advertisement like there is a guy, softly speaking, was harassing a girl in the subway, was touching her by her hand, and then she was trying to move away from him, and then she got insulted. She left the subway station. So then the guys are laughing. It seems like a joke. So that's what young people do. So once again, that humiliates girls and women in general. So there are many examples of this sort, and for the most part, they're aimed at, and they're then against women. Or a guy buys a car and then tells a woman that I'm giving you this as a gift, that you're my beloved second wife. This is your Mercedes. So young people do this, and then this is what they. Other women, they feel resentful. There is an advertisement where a guy was beating up a woman. It was simply an advertisement, but then he was beating her up, battered her, and then another guy, he saw that he was beating his wife or his woman. Then what he did, he started beating his wife as well. That he said, you deserve this treatment. We have things like this. So of course, there's a lot of this caused a lot of indignation in the social media, and people were, fighting with each other. So these are the most horrible and these negative public service announcements. Also, we have religious public service announcements or advertisements. So we're trying to, without applying very strict measures, and we simply try to delete the content, and there are some, penalties like as fines. But I believe the response should be greater. This impunity breeds many things like this. So we have all types of video. So do we have any other examples? So I can give you an example, a very sensitive example. There was the Kyrgyz-Tajik border conflict recently, and I was conducting a monitoring study, and I noticed one journalist, she wrote a xenophobic comment in Twitter, and then after there was a lot of condemnation, she apologized, and then she deleted it. Well, this is some kind of a progress, because if we talk about Kyrgyzstan, we measure the level. So hate speech, it is not as much present, and that's the work of our journalists. Our journalists have been working on this, so that's why we don't have so much hate speech. Like I said previously, in the informational space, pretty much so hate speech is present, but there are speaking of specific examples. This week in Kyrgyzstan, the social media, what we have seen is this is the topic of Miss Altin Kapalova. She is a local feminist, and she's an open lesbian. So she made the Constitutional Court pass a decision. So what she was trying to do, she wanted for 2 years, she wanted her children, instead of a patronymic name, to have a matronymic name. So the so-called matronymic name, she doesn't have a father, the fathers of her children are not participating in the lives of her children. So the Constitutional Court ruled that on the one hand, the applicable law does not allow her to do so. On the other hand, the Constitutional Court recommended that the state institutions recommended to consider this possibility. So when a person turns 16 years old, and a teenager may choose whether it's a patronymic name or a matronymic name, your mother's name. And this triggered a lot of it resonated with the public. Speaking of hate speech, there is a lot of hate speech with respect to Altin Kapalova, and this is a very specific example. An activist, so this was an anti-NGO patriot. He's well known, this is a well-known individual, and you can see him in the media very often. So when he wrote a post to her, and he was threatening her life and health. So he's threatening with violence. So I also tagged the Ministry of the Interior, the police, but there is no response yet. And this happens very often. Okay, so we only have 4 minutes left. So do we have any more questions? We can take a couple more questions. So can you please use a microphone?
I'm Liliana Vico, I come from Moldova, and I'm the head of the Audiovisual Council, which is the regulatory authority for TV and radio. And we do regulate hate speech. We have a definition in our code for audiovisual media services, which is considered to be the best definition, and actually it's the only legal provision we have in the Moldovan law that defines what is hate speech. It was, in a way, coordinated with the Council of Europe, so it does meet European standards. And we worked with a media NGO, we worked with human rights NGOs, we worked with Council of Europe experts to create a methodology for our own monitoring unit. So when we do say what is hate speech, we look at Rabat, we look at triple test, and we decide whether to sanction a TV station or a radio station or not. We also have in our Article 13, ensuring correct information, we have a provision that a TV station should avoid any form of discrimination. And we gave sanctions for avoiding, especially for moderators of talk shows who didn't avoid hate speech. They didn't stop the guest from that. So we can share this experience, but I think this goes hand in hand with the question, who should say what is disinformation? and definitely it shouldn't be the government. It shouldn't be the state. I think the solution is to have a core. Ideally, now I represent a regulatory authority. I would rather see a co-regulation or even a self-regulation. I understand that our societies are not yet there for the self-regulation, but in the best case, it should be an independent authority which doesn't represent the government. For sure, the government shouldn't say what is true, what is not true, what is good, what is not good, what is hate, what is not hate. In our case, we decided to have this methodology because hate speech is considered the most severe violation of the Code of Audiovisual Services. Disinformation is as harsh as hate speech. If, for example, for not having a balanced news with a second opinion, you can give a public warning, or you can give a sanction of, I don't know, 100 euros, 200 euros. For hate speech, the first sanction is 2,000 euros. The second sanction is 4,000 euros, and the third sanction is revoking the license. So you can revoke the license of a TV or radio, basically, if for 3 times this TV radio admits hate speech. So I'm happy to share with you if you need this methodology, if you need this experience that we have, but definitely working with civil society and international community such as OSCE and Council of Europe, I think it builds trust that an independent authority like us, like ours, does not apply arbitrarily the hate speech provisions. Thanks.
Thank you. It will be better if you share us your methodology. У вас есть какие-то комментарии, да?
Yeah, I would like to thank you for sharing your experience. So how do you administrate this penalty being independent department?
Our code transposes the EU Directive 2010 on digital media services, and all the sanctions are individual, gradually applied, and proportionate to the harm. So when we decide on each case, we have to look at the harm, because if it's a TV station in top 5 with a national audience, with a huge audience share, of course the proportion or the impact, the severity of the violation is bigger than for a local TV station. And we have gradual, so we have public warning, then you go for 200 euros, then 400 euros, then 700 euros, 1,000 euros, 1,000 and a half. So you have 5 steps of just sanctions. Then you suspend the license, and you set a deadline, for example, 2 months for the TV station to address the issue. Then they get back. Then you monitor again, and then only then you can revoke the license. And suspension of license and revoking of license has to be approved by a court. So all this has to happen within 12 months, because the first sanction expires after 12 months. So you really have this very, very, I call it like purgatorium of sanctions, like it's 7 steps of sanctions. You cannot just, arbitrarily remove it. But definitely there is a path. I mean, we got, with some TV stations, we got to suspend their license by applying each of these individual gradual sanctioning.
Thank you.
We have one last question and we have to finish. We have only 1 minute left before the resumption of the plenary. Hello. It's more of a comment than a question. When we talk about hate speech, we should look at the UN recommendations by UN mechanisms as promulgated by the 2 member states. Recommendation 174 for Kazakhstan, Recommendation 330 for Kyrgyzstan, and we will not be able to overcome torture until we have zero tolerance among the law enforcement agencies with regards to torture. Same thing applies to hate speech. Until we as a society and the government create the zero tolerance policy with regards to hate speech, by the duty bearers in the first place, by people who are in charge and mandated to prevent that. Until that happens, we will never be able to overcome hate speech. So countries where the parliaments say, where in the parliament officials say we're going to break hands and legs and arms of human rights activists, where certain people in certain countries do, in such kind of societies, it's very difficult to prevent hate speech. And, it will be very difficult to moderate all the inflow of hate speech, right? We have negative examples. You know this, right? The financing comes from the global GEF, that certain members of parliament in our country made very heinous remarks with regards to people that have STD and HIV, pretty much telling that they should die instead of helping them with all the medications. So that's, yeah, hate speech. We can say all the time that, look, we can educate people, we can promote the prohibition of hate speech, but then, for instance, in Moldova, there is the law on non-discrimination. There is a dedicated body responsible for equality. In Central Asian countries, apart from Tajikistan, these countries lack a law on non-discrimination, while that was one of the recommendations in the Universal Periodical Review by the UN. To have a sovereign law on non-discrimination. So we should make the first steps, first of all, by implementing recommendations promulgated by UN. This is where we should start. Thank you so much. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your questions and comments and answers. I would like to thank all the distinguished members of this panel discussion. And on this note, we will be concluding. Thank you so much.
We also promised to you that we would be bringing some new and innovative and actually really engaging and interesting things also to this conference. We have one last item on our agenda, and a couple of years ago I was approached with the questions whether it would be possible to reconstruct a person solely based on the digital footprint and the digital trail that they are leaving based on their daily use of the internet. But it would be possible to build a doppelganger, a double of a person you don't even know, to reconstruct that person's life and to draw some conclusions about decision making and other things. And to be honest, I found it hard to imagine. But on the other hand, I was really curious. And we decided to support the production of this documentary that is engaging exactly in this experiment. And I think you will be really astonished by the result. And it is also something that will engage you as an audience. There will be questions. You will be able to also give your feedback on the further course of the action. And I would just like to warmly invite you to spend another hour with us and to see how this experiment is going. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. Colleague Jürgen just gave a fantastic introduction, so I will be brief. We have a documentary, it's a 1-hour documentary. Just a brief introduction. In the fight for the attention of the consumer in an overcrowded media market, this incentive structure of social media platforms places a huge emphasis on emotional, controversial, and sensational content. And this documentary aims to look into these deceptive design patterns and to respond to them in just shedding light, at the very least, to raise awareness of the impact that this technology has on our individual rights and on society as a whole. So, as Jürgen mentioned, we're very proud to be co-producers as the OSCE RFOM of this award-winning interactive storytelling documentary, Made to Measure. It's an experiment, which you've already heard what it's about, so I will not repeat that, but we will talk you through this interactive documentary. There are some questions in between, and I will ask you those questions and would be very interested in a raising of hands what your feedback will be on these questions throughout the documentary. So without further ado, I think if we can dim the lights just a little bit and we can get started, and we hope you enjoy and it raises your attention to these important issues as well. Can we turn that? Perfect. Yes.
We live in a world where almost everything we do leaves a data trace. Google has unimaginable insight into our lives and actions. Online data reveals behavioral patterns, who we are, what we're interested in, and how we're feeling at a particular moment. So the extent to which we can recreate people's lives using these digital footprints is incredibly rich and it's incredibly accurate. We are surrounded by systems, automated systems, that come to conclusions about who we are.
We ran an experiment.
Is it possible to reconstruct a person's life
Based solely on their online data? Their thinking, speaking,
acting,
their desires, fears.
weaknesses? Is it possible to create
A doodle
based on this data?
without ever having met the person?
So we start with this interactive part of the documentary. With a show of hands, I will ask you, is it possible, do you think it's possible to reconstruct a person's life based purely on personal online data? For those of you who think yes, it's possible, please raise your hand. Okay, and for those of you who say no, it's not possible? Okay, I think the majority is yes. Can we click yes? Thank you.
We gave it a try. And the result?
But first, we had to find someone who would voluntarily
Give us their data. You give us your data and we tell you who you really are.
Every day when you use your phone or surf the net, you leave hundreds of thousands of data points everywhere.
All we have about this person is the data that companies like Google or Facebook collect. An actor or actress will reenact your life on stage. And people actually responded.
Out of 100 datasets that people from all over Europe sent us,
We selected one. Dataset 25. The data contains so much information about that person that it would actually be too easy to create a doodle from it. So we limited ourselves to the data that Google collects about its users and will provide upon request. Thanks. We don't know yet who is hiding behind the data.
but that's about to change.
Searched for single arm dumbbell bench press.
Searched for beer cheese.
Searched for tire change.
Searched for brake pad replacement. Who is hiding behind the data? What do you think?
So what do you think? Who is hiding behind the data? Is it, can we open the scroll on the answer? Who thinks it's a female or a woman? Hands up. Okay. Who thinks it's a man hiding behind the data? Who thinks it's an unidentifiable gender, diverse? And I don't know. Okay, most people seem to think it's male.
An algorithm would have declared the person a man. There are studies that supposedly show which words are used most frequently by women or men of different age groups.
However, it's not that simple. Searched for Soccer World Cup 2018.
Searched for Audi A1. Searched for condoms.
Searched for men's perfume by Le Labo.
Searched for menstrual cramps. But will this data be sufficient to create a made-to-measure doppelganger? Searched for blonde hair dye.
The 30 most beautiful hairstyles for long hair.
Searched eyeshadow palette for blue eyes.
Search for woman 172 65 kilograms.
Searched for September 22nd, 1992 moon.
Hits Tirol 1186.
Hallo.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I read the treatment and thought that's actually pretty cool and exactly what I'm interested in. So, why not?
To be right up front, there is no script, so hopefully you're up for jumping into this dataset with us and dig for clues. We're trying to create a doodle that matches the original as closely as possible. We believe that the woman behind the data is 171 meters tall.
I'm 1 meter 65.
That should still work. We just need to get you the right shoes. She also has blonde hair. Long blonde hair, to be exact.
That I don't have. I'm not hiding a ponytail from you.
The person behind the data is presumably between 22 and 27.
That's a match. I am data set 25. This is what I could look like. This is how I could laugh. How I could speak. I don't know what to say right now. Will we be alike? I wonder about my name. How close will I be to the original? A collection of data, and me as its embodiment, the double. What made me become who I am today? Do I even want to know everything about myself? I think I don't want to know. I will become the double thanks to more than 100,000 pieces of data and hundreds of correlations and connections. But can you really reconstruct a human life based solely on Google data?
So if we think about the digital footprints that we leave, most of us immediately think of social media. What I'm posting on Instagram is how I want to be seen by the world, by others, by my friends. But then there's an entire second world that we think of as behavioral residue, right? It's all the traces that you inadvertently leave as you go about your daily life. And those are usually much more subtle, they're much more innocuous, and they're oftentimes overlooked when we think about our digital lives. So what we're doing by then using machine learning to translate your digital footprints into psychological profiles is really kind of piecing this puzzle together.
Glock perfection? She googled guns, okay? Searched for H.C. Strache. Dindal apron cotton. Traditional costume fabrics. The Fabric Sister. Bible passage for you. Translate, the Lord will praise you eternally. Searched for Freedom Party of Austria Gillisberger. Searched for Freedom Party of Austria Tillisberger. Searched for Freedom Party of Austria Dillisberger. Searched for H.C. Strache. Searched for Philippa Strache. Searched for how do expenses work in politics. Searched for now more than ever. Searched Panorama, the strangers are coming. Searched the demise of the Alpine world. She googled Aryan race, atrocity propaganda against Germany. What was she looking for? Germanic medicine? Xavier Naidu.
There are always also false correlations, and correlations don't necessarily reveal causality. You must always look at each individual case.
What else did she Google? Okay, completely lost. Swiffer XXL floor mop and complete cleaning system plus 8 floor dusting cloths. Swiffer Kit floor dust wiper system. Searched cleaning windows in winter.
People saying, I prefer structure and tidiness in my life, that's the values that conservatives identify.
We try to do, you're doing Q-tips. We do.
When you put people in a state of disgust, they give harsher judgments when it comes to such typically conservative issues as abortion, homosexuality, or immigration.
4 times as many searches for cats than for dogs.
People who have cats are more likely to vote left liberal. People who have dogs tend to vote conservative.
But can the data also tell me who I really am? What I'm willing to fight for? What am I afraid of? Who I'm attracted to? What do I prefer to keep secret? And what captivates me?
Which search questions appeared frequently? Which searches tended to occur in a particular location? Did she search more on some days than others? In addition to statistics about their most common searches, we looked at how those can be categorized. There is one moment in the data that caught our attention. The beginning of 2015.
Anfang 2015.
I moved to England as a pastry chef. A new country, a new life. Back then I almost couldn't believe it. A hotel, but not some down marketplace, a 5-star establishment with high-end cuisine and elegant pastry. It was such an honor and a career jackpot, you know, because the chef is respected throughout Europe. Everyone knows his name, and I was just 22. Only the ice cream quenelles didn't quite work out in the beginning. You have to sit down after your shift and continue to practice, because every quenelle has to look precisely like the 100 you made before.
Gleich aussehen wie die 100, die du davor gemacht hast.
That's the way it is. That's patisserie. The media attention we got from the start was a real privilege. People coming to take pictures of you. Well, at some point you start thinking it's your kitchen and your hotel. We reconstructed all of that. Piece by piece on a stage. We examined every little detail of my data set in order to reconstruct.
We're having a small technical. Bear with us for one moment. Hopefully it will continue in a second.
Direct my life. We reconstruct.
Apologies for this. We're going to give it one last try, and hopefully it will load properly this time. Okay. I unfortunately have bad news. Our technical issue is not being solved, and I don't think it's fair to keep you all waiting much longer. So if we do not manage it now, what I would suggest as a perhaps solution is that we would be happy to share with you a direct link and access to the documentary so that you can also watch it in your own time. In fact, my personal suggestion, having watched it many times, is that it benefits, in fact, watching it individually, because then the interactive part is tailored to your specific responses, and you get an interesting feedback at the very end of the documentary, which also in a sort of teaser way infers data about you. So I really recommend, if you have time, please do reach out to us, to the organizers, and we would be very happy to send a link with you. I'm very sorry that it didn't work out this evening, but we did have a long day, so perhaps it's actually not the worst thing that everybody gets a break. And just to mention that in an hour we have a dinner that you are all also invited to, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And again, sincere apologies it didn't work out, but do reach out if you want a link. We would be happy to share it with you. Thank you.